Okay, so this is my first video of a series of videos where I listen to pieces of music and just sort of record my thoughts. I'm just using this as sort of a way to get myself listening again, and right now I'm not studying at a university for the first time in a long time. So I don't have access to a music library, but I have amassed a bunch of scores, and I put together this spreadsheet here. The different colors just indicate the country of origin for the particular composer. And let me see. To go through all of them would take a really long time because there's 1,025 of them. But I thought maybe I could just listen to some of the more conventional genres one at a time. I have them here organized by genre, and I pulled up a little column stats thing here. So 1/4 of all the scores are just solo piano pieces, so I don't think I'm gonna go through them. There's about 70 orchestra pieces, and in 4th place here is string quartet. So you can see here a lot of the genres are only reserved for one piece, or if it's a solo instrument like cello, maybe 6 pieces. And any sort of mixed ensemble that wasn't conventional, I just listed the instruments in orchestral order. So anything with flute is going to be under F. But that's sort of beside the point. So I might go through orchestra later, but for now I think I'm going to do the string quartets because there's only about 30 of them. And let me scroll down to them. So some ground rules. I'm going to be trying to listen to one piece for each video, and if I can't find a recording, I'm just not going to listen to it. And if it's older than 1900, I'm not going to listen to it either. So some of these are like physical scores I have that are like Haydn or Mozart. I'm not going to listen to those because I know what Haydn and Mozart sound like. And if I ever publish these videos, I don't really want them to be like records of my critiques of this or that piece. I want them to be sort of like a window into this world of classical music that a lot of people don't know or understand, and I just want to draw attention to these composers. Now, admittedly, it is like this collection here is a lot of dudes, and it's a lot of countries from the global north, with the exception of I have a lot of Mexican scores that I got from a particular colleague. So with that being said, let's get into it. Okay, so today I listened to 7 lines for the Ligeti Quartet by James M. Creed. So I haven't done a lot of research here, but from what I can tell, James M. Creed is a UK-based composer and guitarist who I assume has studied at Huddersfield University because he lives in Huddersfield, but I'm just assuming here. And Huddersfield has a contemporary music festival, which I know of. I haven't had the opportunity to attend it. And he wrote this piece for the Ligeti Quartet, which is a UK-based string quartet, and I listened to this performance. It looks like this was a piece for a workshop, so he probably was not able to write a piece much longer than this. I've done workshops myself, and 8 minutes is usually the cap. So it's a 7-minute piece, and it is very minimalistic, and I would say constrained. It has this unique notation. By the way, the only reason I'm showing the score is because James provides these scores for free on his website. But maybe I'll just limit myself to like the first couple pages. So the piece is separated into these little phrases or lines, as you could imagine from the title, and they sort of have a repeating pattern of 2 chords, which is interrupted at the end. And as you go through the piece, like they grow and shrink in length, and they sort of progress from high to low. You end on in the lower register of the ensemble, and I think the most salient feature of the piece is sort of the playing technique that it calls for. So each one of these chords is just a single bow from the entire ensemble, and the longest bow they can play, and it's at a very quiet dynamic, probably because of this indication here. And it's muted, it's concertino, and I think this notation here indicates like a particular swelling in dynamics, but also some sort of, in this performance at least, there's some sort of like what do you call it, overpressure or under pressure distortion going on. When it's a dark note head, there's more of this like pressure distortion thing, and when it's a blank note head like this, it's just played very normally. And I kind of, it was nice to listen to this today because it's a very calming piece, and you can hear most everything that's going on without the score. It's not very demanding on the listener, and I like that about it. I also like how everything sort of follows its own specific rules. There's nothing super intuitive about it. It's all like carefully planned. Clearly James made like a small number of very important decisions, and it made the piece. And I like that about this type of thing. I'm not going to compare it to too much, but I would give it a listen if you have had a long day at work and you want to unwind. Listen to this piece by Creed. 7 lines for the Ligeti Quartet. Okay, so this is day 2 of our listening journey here, and we're looking at another string quartet. Today's string quartet is titled Spinning Silence in the Impossible Blue. It was written in 2016 by John Nelson, and I'll be honest, I'm going to be a little bit biased in this session, I guess, because John Nelson was one of my teachers at the University of North Texas, and he was my supervisor when I wrote my dissertation there. I think he gave me this score in graduate seminar when he was presenting on his own music. And from what I can remember, he also shared his graduate work, which was an analysis of Elliott Carter's Penthode. When I listened to this back in 2019, it would have been, I really had the impression that his work was heavily influenced by Elliott Carter. We'll see if I still feel that way. There is a score follower for this, if you're familiar with the YouTube channel Score Follower. So you can watch the score there. That's probably what I'll be doing. To give some context for the piece, it was written for the Lydian String Quartet, which is an American string quartet based in Boston. And this work is inspired by flocking algorithms, or the flocking of birds. I'm excited to listen to it, but Dr. Nelson's music can be a little bit challenging, so I actually might have a nap before I listen to this. It's about 12 minutes long, the recording I'm listening to, and I'll get back to y'all and let you know what I thought. I hope you're listening along, and this is String Quartet number 2. Okay, so I listened to this just through my phone speaker lying down, admittedly, but it's good. I really appreciate that it has a concept and it really explores what this might sound like. There's a lot of high modernist string quartets like this out there that don't have a unique identity, right? Not only am I impressed by his mastery of serial technique and counterpoint and stuff, I really like the fact that there's these long gestures, often with the entire ensemble really close together, that just sort of move slowly up and down, and there's this intricate counterpoint going on. It kind of reminded me of something that Luigi Nono would write. Like I've seen a few scores by Nono that are like really conceptual like that, and very like graphic. Like you can visually see the idea on the page, and it's a good listen. I'd be curious to hear it faster, because this performance was about 12 minutes and the score calls for 10, which I think is significantly faster, so it'd be really interesting to hear it with that kind of intensity. But I think the Lydian Quartet did a great job. I'm assuming this is the premiere recording, and I also think that the opening is really good. Like the unison moment, and the first like 2 minutes of it are really, really strong, and the ending's pretty good too. So that's my thoughts on it. Again, I do have a bit of a bias. Like, I'm not going to be very critical of John, because he's a really important person in my life and the sweetest guy. But I do really think this is a good representation of his acoustic music and a really good piece. So if you're a string quartet, consider playing it, and if you're a regular listener, consider listening to it. Okay, so Right now I'm in the airport. I have a flight in 3 hours. And I have a little bit of time today. Well, I'm flying all day to listen to something. So let me just have a look at our list here.
Attention passengers.
So I think the next string quartet was a piece by Javier Torres Maldonado. Yeah, so it was his second string quartet. This piece was written in 2015, so it's just a little bit older than yesterday's. And I have a number of scores of Maldonado's because he was a guest composer at a workshop I attended in Quebec in 2018. And it was a composition workshop with a string quartet, so he shared a lot of string quartet pieces. And if we look at the score here, it was commissioned with a significant grant. So Maldonado is a Mexican composer, but he's active in Italy, and he studied with Franco Donatoni, who is an Italian modernist composer with a very sort of idiosyncratic style. Hopefully we'll get to listen to some Donatoni eventually. And you can see that this piece calls for some quarter tone accidentals and some okay, so he has it sort of swapped. I usually do the opposite, but he has accidentals for quarter tone raised and lowered, and accidentals for slightly higher, slightly lower. And I know that Maldonado uses some spectral techniques in his pieces, from what I could remember, so that could be why. There's microtonal stuff here. This is a really significant piece. Unfortunately, I don't have the recording anymore. It's on my old laptop. And I was able to find the first movement, which is only 8 minutes long, which is better than nothing. I think to just keep plugging away. Today I'm just going to listen to the first movement, and I'm afraid to... Well, we'll look at the first system here, just so you can see. This is the type of detail that we're going to be looking at, or that I'm going to be looking at when I listen to this. And yeah, very heavily notated, precise music. And I'll let you know what I think on the other side here. I'm just going to listen to the first movement. It's on his YouTube channel, if you're curious. And its subtitle is... Give me a second here. I'm going to cut to a translation. Okay, so Google says that the English translation is thus traveling in undulation posture. It's probably not that exactly, but that's a start. Okay. And we got eighth equals 55, which is yeah, very, I mean, it's obviously very slow, but it's something that I would think of in Robert Crumb. Okay, I just looked up this dedication, and it appears to be a German composer who was probably one of Javier's contemporaries. So the whole piece is dedicated to him. I think that is probably enough of looking at the front matter. I'm going to have a listen here, and I'll let you know what I think. I encourage you to go to the YouTube video and listen along with me. And yeah, let's get into this string quartet number 2. It's wow, it's really cool. This is a really cool first movement. I really want to hear the other movements, but I unfortunately can't right now. Yeah, where do I start with this? So, I think the form of this movement is really clear. Like, there's a really strong first 3 minutes, which are almost like a self-contained piece, and then it gets into a longer section at a quiet dynamic where the whole ensemble is kind of playing notes that are very in close proximity, and this idea of like accelerados and decelerandos gets expanded in that section, which is really nice. And there's these like ideas of, once again, this is the final. Yeah, there's this he has these moments where just like 1 or 2 measures are super slow, or there's like a fermata that takes up like 20 seconds, and he just sits on a particular technique that everything freezes, and that's how he ends the movement, with like many, well, not many measures, but like 4 or 5 measures that are like that. And I think that's really cool. It's like he started from the sound and pacing and then worked out the notation later, and I think that's like very apparent. At least that's what I'm assuming resulted in that sort of those sort of decisions. And obviously there's, if you have a listen to it, there's a lot of extended techniques going on. There's not only like extreme dynamics and very complex rhythms, but there's this like circular bowing idea that textures a lot of passages, and I think it's a really unique sounding little piece of music. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that one. Not the best day to be listening to something this complex. Like, this is kind of the worst setting to be in. But, you know, I did it, and I listened to this in 2018. It was probably the last time I listened to it. So I needed a refresher. Like, I have different ear now for different things, and it was worth revisiting his music, and we're probably going to listen to a lot of other string quartets by him, so I'm looking forward to that. Alright, so this is going to be the 4th entry into this listening log. I'm currently at a conference. I'm at the Washington Hilton. Just so that I remember if I revisit this video, this conference is in Washington, D.C., and Trump was just elected the day before my flight left. So it's, it's none of my business as a Canadian, but it's still a very interesting cultural experience, let's say. And so I'm going to pull up the spreadsheet, and we'll get into this next string quartet. I only have about an hour of free time here, so hopefully it's not a long one. And just give me a second to pull it up. Okay, so from what I remember, the composer today was going to be Ana Lara, and this is another Mexican composer. Yeah, she was a composer I wouldn't have known about at all if it weren't for this one colleague who gave me these scores of hers, and I'm not going to try to pronounce the title. I'm just going to look it up here. Okay, so the title is Beyond the Visible. I could have probably guessed that. So French title, Beyond the Visible. It's a piece for string quartet, and if we look at the score here, I believe it's in landscape, because I was looking at this briefly yesterday, and it's the first one. So yeah, a string quartet from 2011, and it looks like there's a lot of like bow placement stuff, and glissandi and flautando, but other than that, not much in the way of extended techniques. Okay, I was really panicking there for a second because I thought I wouldn't be able to find the recording for this, but it's not on YouTube. The composer has it on her SoundCloud account. So yeah, maybe I should just open up Ana's bio briefly, and then we'll get into it. So she's a highly regarded Mexican composer who was the cultural attaché at the Mexican Embassy in France and the director of the Instituto Cultural de Mexico in Paris for 2 years. And this piece is in her bio because it was commissioned by the Louvre. And string quartet Diotima. Okay, so this seems like a really significant work in terms of like a career establishing, work. It was probably a very significant commission. And yeah, I skipped over this, but she's directed contemporary music festivals for the majority of her career, and both of them in Mexico. And one of them was she founded in 1998. So, yeah, I'm excited to listen to this piece. It's only 11 minutes long, and my memory's a little bit fuzzy on her music. I only remember years ago listening to one of her orchestra pieces, which was really like gorgeous string textures and like semi-tonal but like super textural. So I'm wondering if this string quartet will be along those lines. Let's find out here. Yeah. So this is Beyond the Visible for string quartet by Ana Lara. Okay, awesome. I feel awkward like having to react, like show emotion in response to the scores, but I think I was smiling the whole time I listened to this. This is like a really a must-hear kind of piece, especially because it's like just over 10 minutes. It's got like so much energy behind it, and it has every string technique you could want, like natural harmonic, flourishes, trills, tremolos, extreme bow placement stuff. And it sort of oscillates between like super active, like ethereal sounding things to sustained dissonances, and then open string ideas, and it's like very contrapuntal and textural, like almost like Ligeti, but it's like a little bit more subtle than like a textural piece by Ligeti. I think it has more of its own identity. So Yeah, I think that's all I have to say about it. I'm in a little bit of a time crunch here, so I will listen to this one again. I'm glad that I found it, and yeah, if you're not familiar with Anna's music, it's time to get into it. All right, so it's first thing in the morning here in Washington D.C. I wanted to get this listening out of the way first thing in the morning today, just because I don't know what my schedule is going to look like exactly, and I want to be able to improvise. So the score today was supposed to be this piece by Jacques Zafra, who's a Mexican composer who has studied in Germany, but this piece is from his time in Mexico. It's from 2011, and I've been looking for a recording for this thing for like 15 minutes now, and I don't think it's out there. I think the composer either never had it performed or has like since rescinded it. But the interesting thing is, if we go to his website, he has a YouTube channel called Mexican Scores, and on the front page is the next string quartet on the list. So I just thought it was a funny happenstance. It kind of shows how small new music communities are. So, if you're familiar with Mexican contemporary music, you probably know all of the same people. And if you're part of that community, you probably, work in the same circles as all of these people. So, a couple days ago, we already did listen to the first movement of Maldonado's second string quartet, but here we have his first string quartet, and it's only 6 minutes, so it might be just one movement as well. But I have a nice scrolling score here, and you have access to it as well, so assuming this is still up. So I'm going to just pull up this score because I do have it. This is another work that was supported by Sistema Nacional de Creadores de Arte, so the National Arts Council of Mexico, sort of like the equivalent for me would be the Canada Council for the Arts. And it's dedicated to Irvin Arditi of the Arditi Quartet. So I'm assuming it was composed for them. This is the first system of music. And you can see it's similar to the second string quartet we looked at. Okay, so the duration is 18 minutes. So this is definitely going to be just the first movement as well. But that's okay with me. I have to get started with my day anyways, and it'll be easier to compare the two listening experiences, right? Maybe after this one I can say which one I thought was better. That might be something that people want to know. So, yeah, I'll stop droning on, and let's listen to this little piece of music by Javier Torres Maldonado from 2009. Okay, so just a small correction. The video I showed you that was 6 minutes long
is not the one you want to watch. I don't know what is up with it, but it's like 1 minute of music and then 20 seconds of the composer telling you to like, comment, and subscribe, not verbally, but with like text, and then it starts over and ends 3 minutes into the movement, and it's not done yet, and I don't know what that was, but on the same YouTube channel you can find a recording of the full thing. And this is a performance by the Arditi Quartet, as I suspected. So yeah, I'm going to listen to the whole thing, and you should too. Just listen to this one. Okay, so I hope you listened along. And I hope this video is still up. So this is like a 4-movement, actually 5-movement, like full-length string quartet kind of thing. So let me think. I'm going to start by just talking about the overall structure and what I thought, and then there's no point like getting into detail with every movement, but I might be, just because I said I would, like compare the first movement of this piece to the first movement of the second string quartet. So overall, I thought the sort of form of the piece was very interesting, and I think a lot of multi-movement works have the tendency to try to start strong and then end strong, and if it's 5 movements, the third movement will also be fast or something. But this was more like most of the piece's energy was concentrated in the first movement. It was really like breakneck, and there was lots of different ideas happening one after another. And then the second movement took a step back, and then the third movement took an even bigger step back, and then the fourth was like, the fourth was a change in texture, because it was all pizzicato, extended technique stuff, and it was super quiet. But that, to me, that's even more sparse, and so it was very... I found the form and plan of the piece really interesting, because it kind of like kept stretching my limits. It kept you think things have gotten a certain way, and they get even more like that. And I don't know, not a lot of art does that, and I think that a lot of things in life do that, actually, that the way we perceive time does fluctuate like that. It's not always like easily broken up into these like contrasting ideas, and I think the use of microtones in this was really more spectral than I was expecting, based on the second string quartet that we listened to, and I could really hear the Grisé influence in the opening of the third movement, for example, and stuff in the fifth movement especially. But he's not completely leaning into the spectral philosophy, so it's really... That's one of the more interesting things about it, too, because he's sort of trying to merge serial with post-serial techniques, and I think he does it pretty successfully. So yeah, those are my thoughts on the overall piece. This is a phenomenal performance as well. Like, seems like extremely difficult music to play, and I think it's like amazing that a performance like this even exists. But as for the first movement, I think I like the first movement of the second string quartet better. And in terms of this piece, like, this first movement was actually my least favorite. I think it was trying really hard to be serious, if that makes any sense. Like, it was trying to be a first movement, you know, whereas not a lot of spectral pieces do that. So the first movement is really asserting this, like, tie to tradition, and it's got to be, like, flashy and get your attention and have substance and all kinds of things going on. And the first movement of his second string quartet, I think, didn't seem to be trying so hard. It was, like, a little bit more organic, and some of the ideas that I mentioned 2 days ago in the first movement of the second string quartet, I see in this first movement as well. So there definitely is sort of a progression. Like, some of the ideas that maybe were used in this piece to extend a climax or highlight a certain passage, right, were not decorative elements in the second string quartet. Like, the circular bowing thing, here it's decorative. In the second string quartet first movement, it's, like, structural. It's like a part of the piece. So I mean, I think it's a matter of opinion which way is better, but it's interesting to see that he, when he has an idea, he really sticks with it and doesn't let it go. That's something I really struggle with, is, like, from one piece to the next I do something completely different, but sometimes it's more fruitful to, like, look at your ideas and reimagine them and take them seriously. So that might be a takeaway I have from this. So yeah, I hope you got something out of my opinions here. I am a little bit tired from the conference. I went to, like, 3 or 4 concerts yesterday, but I'm not hearing, at this conference at least, I'm not hearing a lot of music that I consider really good. You know, so taking the time to, like, listen to things that I'm sure are going to be good, in my opinion, is important. Like, I'm not going to hear anything like this at this conference. It's just, like, beyond the scope and budget of it, really. Like, this performance is incredibly expensive, and I'm sure this commission was, like, gigantic, because it's the Arditi quartet, and you know, it's a real pleasure to see big things like that. So, not that the composer isn't amazing as well, but it's like, I don't really believe in genius as the main contributing factor to what artists do. I think, like, resources are more important, and you know, it's a pleasure to listen to this stuff. So, okay. Okay, so it is a Saturday morning here, and yesterday I was trying to find this piece called what I assume is Double or Nothing by Jose Julio Diaz Infante. I could not find the recording for this score. But I have found this string quartet by Germán Romero, and this composer has done a much better job of documenting his work. His YouTube channel is full of videos, many of them score videos, and this is one of them. This is a 11-minute string quartet that he wrote in 2006. However, my spreadsheet, it says 2008. And yeah, it's 21 pages, so I'm assuming it's going to be pretty densely notated music. And yeah, I'll pull up his bio because I don't think I have any program notes or front matter for this score. Okay, what? Okay. Okay, studied with Julio Estrada, and is an award-winning composer, has been performed by all these ensembles, mostly in Mexico, was the founder of the Michoacán International Music Festival, and has been the artistic director for its first 3 editions, and has a interest in ear training and pedagogy, and has written many ear training textbooks. Okay. Has been coordinator of the composition and auditory education areas at the Conservatory of Roses, and was rector of this institution from 2004 to 2007. And he's also a photographer. Let's have a look at some of his photography. What would be a good... So he has a series of photos called The Souls of the People, and it's a bunch of dogs. I like that. So yeah, sort of realistic photography. Nothing seems particularly staged, and this is the same man who composed the piece we'll be listening to today. So I'm not a photographer, so I don't have much to say, but I do have a vague memory of rediscovering Romero's music last year, and there's like a variety of pieces that he writes. He has some pieces that are all long tones and very calculated and slow, and he has other pieces that are very frantic and fast, and I'm pretty sure he writes in a serial idiom, but I haven't analyzed any of his work, and from what I remember, I can't remember which string quartet I liked the most, but we'll listen to the 4th one, and I'll let you know my thoughts. Okay, so this is pretty good. I guess this would be the photo I choose for my listening experience here. So I know that Julio Estrada studied with Xenakis and Stockhausen, and I can see a through line from Xenakis to Romero here, because the writing is like
either like so dense that it's almost like new complexity, or it's just a pause of a few seconds, or the performers are just holding a chord for a very long time. And it sort of just alternates between very frantic activity and completely static chord ideas. And it's it never really loses momentum. About 4 minutes in, there's a really good moment with the two violins and the viola just like going crazy. Like you are expecting things to be fast, but it just goes like berserk for 10 seconds. And I would commend the ensemble here, Ensemble de las Rosas, because this is a very difficult piece to play as far as I can tell. And yeah, I think the reason why I enjoyed it is it reminded me a lot of Xenakis. I think that's the biggest takeaway, is it has that sort of like unapologetic, like, yeah, we're doing this, you know, sort of extreme composing. So if you like Xenakis and you didn't listen to it, I would go ahead and listen to this. And I think we're going to get to a number of his other string quartets as well. Yeah, I have his second and third. So we're going to have a look at those two, see if they're any different. I think this one has a really strong idea behind all of it. And, you know, it starts out alternating between these two ideas very quickly. And then by the end of the piece, there's a few more variations on the fast idea, but generally the slow idea or the static idea kind of disappears. And it's a very sort of clear narrative. And yeah. One other thing I noticed was that all the tempos are really slow. And this is sort of a trend I'm seeing in a lot of these like modernist Mexican scores, is the very complex rhythmic writing at, like, in this case, quarter equals 36. In the Maldonado we looked at earlier, there was like eighth equals 52. So it looks a lot crazier than it is, because it still takes quite a bit of time to get through each measure of the piece. And I don't know if this is a trend or if it started somewhere, but it's interesting. It's fun to think about the impression that the score leaves on the performer, and I think tempo is a really easy way to play with that. Yeah, that's it for this one. And yeah, thank you for tuning in and revisiting this composer with me. Alright, so today's string quartet is another one by Mexican composer Ana Lara. And I was looking at it yesterday as I was flying home, and it's from 2000, so it's 10 years older than the other one we listened to, and it's also on her SoundCloud. It seems to be about 7 minutes long. And I just realized the other day that it seems that in each category we are going reverse chronological, because the first piece we looked at was from 2020, and it seems now we're all the way down to the year 2000. So I really liked Lara's other string quartet, but my hopes are not as high just because it's 10 years older. And this one was also written for Quartetto Latinoamericano, I think. The Diaz Infante was also written for this ensemble. Just give me 1 second to check for anyone who needs that. Yeah, see. So just give me a second. Before I listen to this, I want to know more about this ensemble. Okay, so this seems to be a string quartet that was founded in Mexico in 1981, and they did the Villalobos cycle of 17 string quartets, which would be a fun one to look at if I had the scores. And it was nominated for a Grammy Award. So, yeah, Villalobos string quartets, and I imagine they commissioned a lot of other quartets for Mexican composers. So, here are the members. 3 of them are brothers, and the violist is Javier Montiel. So. Okay, I'm also going to look up the title here, just so that I know what to expect. Yeah, so the only thing I can find is this Wikipedia article. It's a tantric discipline from Hindu religion. And black dogs are the symbol of Bhairav. So I'm assuming this is the source of the title, but I do not have any program notes to double check that. Okay, I think I've talked long enough. It's first thing in the morning, so I'm a little bit groggy, but hopefully this will wake me up. A nice short string quartet by Ana Lara. Well, so this is a little bit of a disappointment. I realized that this was not uploaded by Anna, is uploaded by the ensemble, and it's only half the piece. So I just listened to the first half till like around measure 100, where things start developing and getting interesting, and yeah, I was getting really invested in it, and it just stopped. So I don't even know if I can recommend this as listening. I'm sorry if you followed along, because you don't get the whole piece. I mean, but I liked the first half. It's an interesting idea. Yeah, pretty much we just have this texture of harmonics and tremolos, and we have a very long cello solo, something like 4 minutes long, and then we get a viola solo, which is much shorter, maybe a minute, and then we get a first violin solo, which is even shorter, and it sort of builds up to this natural harmonic arpeggiando things and tremolo ideas, and just kind of stops. So I think it's a very striking way to open a piece, and I do love this cello solo, and I think if you were to use just the first half, I think it could have a lot of pedagogical use because it is very accessible, and I think like a composition student a couple years into their first degree would really latch onto this, and it could be a good way to teach some string techniques. So, you know, it's like, it's a simple idea, simply executed, and it just works. It would be easy to copy, but then you'd be copying her. So, yeah. Besides how disappointed I am in this recording, I do think this was worth listening to, and it's interesting to see like the evolution of her style. Like, this is a very accessible, almost like droney piece with like it's all kind of sounds like it's in D, but hovering around other pitches like A for the first 4 minutes, and it's like it's worlds away from the the other string quartet of hers we looked at, which I do encourage you to look at if you haven't, which was very sophisticated and complicated, and in the first 4 minutes had several different ideas going on. So this is a little bit more of a laid-back listen, and maybe I'll update. I'll give an update video if I find the proper recording. But yeah, that's the string quartet for today, and probably the last string quartet we'll be doing of Anna's. We've been looking at, he was born in the 1940s, and he died recently in 2021, and he has a number of string quartets. I think I have most of them as a score, and we're starting with the last one, which was written in 1999, string quartet number 6, suite in 5 parts. And this was composed in 1999. So I expect this piece to be a little bit lighter fare than what we've been listening to. And I'm excited to listen to it. It's a suite of dances, probably with its cultural significance to Mario. Mario Lavista is a Mexican composer who, I was just looking at his bio. He went to Europe and studied with notable composers, and he attended Darmstadt in 1970 and took some of Stockhausen's classes. And from what I can remember reading, he founded a improvisation group. He founded a new music journal, and yeah, he's a very successful Latin American, Mexican composer, and I will let you know what I think of his musical style once I get to hearing it here. Mostly I'm just excited to have a bit of a change of pace because we've been going through a lot of like dense kind of serial scores, and this is, I think, going to be a little bit lighter. The recording I found on YouTube is actually split up into movements, so the whole thing looks to be like 15 minutes long, and the first 3 dances are like about 2 minutes long. The last 2 are 4 minutes long each. So I hope you'll listen along with me. This performance is also by Quarteto Latinoamericano, just like the last performance we listened to. And yeah, I do have a bit of a headache, so hopefully my attention won't wane that much today. But like maybe I should be taking a nap right now and not listening to this, but it's only 15 minutes. I think it should be fine. Okay, so yeah, this was a super fun listen, and I think this piece would work really well on a lot of different string quartet programs. Yeah, it is. These are just really fun pieces. It's definitely modal. It kind of reminds me of Bartók. Like there's definitely something sort of post Bartók about it. But every movement has its own kind of flavor. Like the first two are a little bit more repetitive and sort of work together as a pair. The third one kind of smoothly transitions into the fourth. And then this fifth one, which is probably my favorite, is like just straight eighths the whole time, and it keeps converging on these unisons. It's really like raucous and rhythmic, and it's very Bartók-y. And it's a great finisher. I think some other like general things that I observed that I like is he's pretty conservative about the range of his instruments, and he doesn't call for a lot of like double stops. They're just playing comfortably single lines, and his part writing is really good. Utilizes the ensemble really well. The only instrument that kind of gets a different registers is the cello. There's like some movements where the cello's playing real high, and there's some movements where the cello kind of opens up the range of the ensemble and plays in their lower register. But movements 1 and 3, I think the cello is high the whole time, and it's a really unique sound. You know, like the whole ensemble kind of sits within the span of 2 octaves and a little bit, and it's sounds very folksy. So yeah, I think this is a definite listen, like a must listen, and I look forward to getting into his other string quartets, because I have at least 3 more. So this is just the last one, number 6. So yeah, that's my takeaway here. This is an interesting composer, but a little bit older. Like we're going back a generation, I think, compared to the other composers we looked at, and he's definitely part of that sort of post-war generation. I mean, you could say boomer, which is interesting. So he's writing after Bartók, but like very soon after Bartók died, he was, or maybe there's a little bit of overlap. Lavista was born, and so it makes sense that he would write string quartets with that sort of influence. And yeah. Thanks for listening along. Hopefully these recordings are still up whenever I make these accessible, but if you can't find the YouTube video, this is the album by Quarteto Latinoamericano, and they've done the complete string quartets by him, so I'm sure you could find this somewhere. either online or at your local library, or maybe your university has a music library, your local university. So, yeah, check it out. Alright, good afternoon. Today we are looking at another string quartet from 1999. We are officially in the 20th century. And if I remember correctly, it is another string quartet by Germán Romero, which we listened to his fourth quartet 3 days ago. Now we're going to be going over his second. So let me quickly pull up the score here, and we will have a look. I'm not going to go over his bio again, but last time we discovered that Romero is a photographer in addition to being a composer. So I will pull up one of his photographs after this to sort of summarize my feelings about the piece. And there's no program notes. I don't have a title page either, but this already looks very different from what we saw 3 days ago. So I guess yeah, I'm not sure exactly what we're in for here, but I'm excited to talk about it. It looks like this first stanza takes a long time to get through, playing these long held notes. Okay. Alright, so it's a weird piece. This was the recording I was listening to from Romero's YouTube channel. It's a half-hour long, but the pace is so slow that it's only 12 pages of music. And throughout, it's certainly, if you listen to it, you probably notice it's very quiet through most of the piece, and it mostly consists of these long, sustained 5-6 note chords and these really equally long silences. And I vaguely remembered listening to this piece, so I knew it was coming. I knew one of Romero's string quartets was just long sustained tones, and I remember thinking it was just very strange because it was so different from all of his other pieces. But clearly something that he took very seriously. It's a piece with 300 measures that took him 2 years to write. It's like not quite Feldman. Like there's a lot of like different sections in it, like slightly different sections, which sort of give it this quality of being like a variation form of some kind. And the second or the last third of the piece, I want to say, like has this section where the cello's just holding a low A, followed by a section where these two chords repeat over and over again, and he never really breaks out of that 2-chord cycle until the very end. But he does all kinds of things to play with, like the timbre changing or notes being added or displaced, and it's good listen. I think it could work really well on a program of similar works, like Feldman or maybe some Wandelweiser artists, because it really is its own thing, and it would stand out on a program like that without being too different in terms of like the ambiance that it adds. Oh yeah, I forgot I was going to find a photo. Just give me one moment here. Okay, so I found this photo. He has a series of photos that are all based on the color blue, and some of them are too minimalistic for this piece. I think this one sort of works because it has like a lot of texture going on, and those subtle textures in this piece are really beautiful. And also it has this sort of like division of the canvas, so to speak, into little sections, and that sort of reminds me of the piece's form. It's like these little jagged, distinct sections that sort of fit together, but not in any sort of clear relationship. So, yeah. If you enjoyed this one, tomorrow will be fun too, because we're going into his third string quartet, which I think isn't anything like this piece. So, yeah, that's that one. Alright, so today we will be listening to the third string quartet of Romero's. This one was also completed in 1999. And this time we do have front matter for this score. So there are your typical quarter tone accidentals, quarter tone sharp, quarter tone flat. I think it's more common to see just backwards flat, and then quarter tone flat, and then there's indication for tones that are less than a quarter tone raised or lowered, and it looks like we have like half pressed stuff, so like between harmonics and actual ordinary playing, and we have a 3-line staff for overpressure distortion. So this is interesting. I'm curious to see what the first system of music looks like. I really like how all this is laid out too. Nothing too weird here. Rotating the bow is an interesting idea. I'm curious how that'll sound. I don't think I've seen this notation in any score before. And then circular bowing is its own notation. Okay. And all sounds should be non-vibrato unless otherwise indicated. Cool. So this also looks like it starts with some long tones. I'm gonna quickly scroll through, and I'll get back to you with the lay of the land. I don't wanna just show the whole score, because it is copyrighted. Okay, so from what I can tell, this is gonna be a single movement piece, and it's gonna slowly build to a very busy climax, but it's just gonna start slow. So similar to the other two string quartets of Romero's that we looked at, he's very preoccupied with sort of extremes of duration and how to play with them, which is an interest of mine as well. So it's really fascinating to see this preoccupation with these three pieces, because I'm thinking it's going to be completely different in this one as opposed to the other two. I'll get back to you with my thoughts on this in a bit. Alright, so this was a 15-minute piece I neglected to mention. And this is, maybe this isn't the best picture of this series, but this is a picture that I would like to use to represent this quartet listening experience. If you don't know, Romero is a photographer as well as a composer. He has a series of photographs of benches, and the series is called The Incomprehensible and Condensed Time. And actually the title of the series struck me more than any particular image in it, but because I think this piece has a lot to do with time, and it's 15 minutes long, but the first 10 minutes are just long tones, with silences in between, and it feels a lot more tense, and it appears a lot more tense on the score than the second string quartet did. Like, all of these long tones are entering on offbeats, and they're very tense chords. I don't know how else to describe it. There's like quarter tones in them and stuff. And then there's 2 minutes of music, which is just goes through several different like extended technique ideas, and then he ends the piece on this overpressure distortion noise idea, which he interestingly enough uses to introduce that whole 2-minute section of craziness. So I think there is something sort of poetic about how things are laid out, and maybe something metaphorical. Maybe the first 10 minutes of this piece represent something, and the next 2 minutes and the ending represent other things that are somehow related. Yeah, I think it's a very thought-provoking piece. I don't know if I like it better than the other string quartets. I'm also not in the best mood for music listening today, but definitely a very bold piece. Like, could be very cool on a concert. Definitely would take a lot of rehearsal to get it together, like, because it's so it seems so difficult to play, especially those, you'd spend all your time trying to figure out those 2 minutes of music. And I think it's, out of the 3 quartets, it's the most dramatic, and I think it could fall apart the most easily. Like, you'd have to really bring a lot of intensity and drama to the performance to pull it off. Those are my thoughts. Again, if you want to listen to this one, it's on the composer's YouTube channel, and this time it's actually a score video, and this is a very good performance. It's by the Arditi Quartet, and yeah, the whole time I was thinking, like, man, this would be really hard to pull off, but they managed to do it really well. So I think that concludes our exploration of this composer's string quartets. Let me see if I have any more of his. No, I think that's it. So over the next couple days we're going to move further back in time, not much farther back, but we're going to get to know a bit more of Mario Lavista's string quartets. And then after that, we will finally leave the Mexican composer roster and get into some Lachenmann. And yeah, so that's that. Pretty easy listen, I would say. Although I wasn't quite in the mood for it today. But yeah, cool piece. I would love to see all three of these quartets as a program, like a 40-minute string quartet program. I think that would be amazing to see. And yeah, I can't believe that I wouldn't have known about this composer other than chance. So if you are a music teacher and you have the opportunity to share these works with students, I really encourage you to, because all three of Romero's quartets do really interesting things with time. Like any student who is interested in sort of the extremes of what you can do with durations and form, I think would benefit from having a look at these. So yeah, that is that. So thus concludes Romero's third string quartet listening log. Okay, so today we are going to be listening to Mario Lavista's fifth string quartet, which was written in 1998. This is just a year prior to his sixth quartet, which we listened to a couple days ago. And I don't have any front matter for the score, but this is what the first system looks like. It starts very fast. It was commissioned for a chamber music festival in Mexico. And it's the sixth string quartet was a suite in 5 parts, and this one is a set of 7 inventions. And I think this is even shorter than the sixth one was. It's 12 minutes long altogether. And these inventions range from 59 seconds long to 2.5 minutes long. I'm going to be listening to this performance by Quarteto Latino Americano. And yeah, I'm excited to hear these. I'm sure they're going to be a lot of fun. And if you want to know more about Mario Lavista, I would go back to our previous video. But he was quite far into his career by the time he wrote this. And I really liked the sixth one, and I do like this idea of just writing smaller, like lighter fare pieces for string quartet, because people take the medium, or the genre rather, so seriously. They try to write such like big pieces of music, and it is there's nothing inherent about the medium that calls for that. So I think string quartet programs can tend to be very heavy, and this sort of thing is really nice to have, and to sort of like round out a program, I think, because you could throw one of these movements into anything probably. Like they could be like encore pieces, I'm assuming. So at least that's how I felt about the suite. So anyways, I think I've talked long enough. Let's get into it. Alright, yeah, so this was as I expected, very light and enjoyable. and it has a very straightforward form. It just kind of alternates fast, slow, fast, slow, fast. All the way to the end, which is a fast movement. And I kind of like the fast movements better because they're more contrapuntal. A lot of them have this sort of like whole ensemble playing straight eighths kind of idea. They have this like metronomic quality. And I think of the fast ones, my favorite was probably the fifth one because it was like quiet and it had like this almost like cloud-like quality, and of the slow movements, I thought the sixth one was my favorite, probably my favorite movement, my favorite invention of the whole thing. It was a natural harmonics movement, and it was really gorgeous, and it was just like textbook writing harmonics for string quartet kind of study. And yeah, I compared his sixth string quartet to Bartók, and there's definitely moments in this that kind of remind me of Bartók, but honestly, I was really, especially in like some of the slower movements, I was really thinking of like Stravinsky, like his sort of neoclassical stuff, or just the way that that Lavista sort of constructed these melodies out of little fragments, and a lot of his little melodic ideas in this piece sort of span a fifth. They're very small and modal, and they have a sort of edge to them. It's just very, very Stravinsky-ian to me, at least when I listen to it today. So I don't think I have much more to say about it, but I would give it a listen, and I think it needs to be programmed more. Like, if I saw this thing live, I think it would be really fantastic. So, yeah, tomorrow I think we're going to move on to his third string quartet, or sorry, his fourth. And I'm going into it blind again. I don't really know what the structure of the fourth one is, and I think later we'll listen to his first one. I don't know why it's down here, and then this is his second one. So there's still a lot more of his music to explore. I think I'm only missing the third one. So yeah, that was 7 inventions for string quartet. Alright, so today we are continuing our string quartet series with Mario Lavista's fourth string quartet. And like all of his other string quartets that we've looked at, it has a subtitle, in this case, Sinfonias. I believe Sinfonia is the Italian word for symphony. So it's not the most descriptive word. It's been used. I think Bach used it to title some of his pieces. And I think it is like some sort of interlude or something to that effect. It might mean something is symphonic, or it might mean that something is like incidental music for like an opera or something. But I guess we'll see. We'll try to decipher what that means when we listen to it. This is what the first stanza looks like. And this one is from 1996, and it seems to be in a single movement, like the recording I have here by Quarteto Latino-Americano. It's just a 16-minute piece. The score is only 25 pages, and it's it starts at least at eighth equals 58. So this might be a very slow piece, or at least notated at a slow tempo. I was looking into the commissioner here and the dedicatee, Joan Niles Sears. And she is I guess a wealthy patron of the arts that lived in Ithaca, New York, who sponsored a number of new music concerts, and I guess she commissioned this piece in 1996 to be presented after her death in a special concert. So if this this sort of article from the Cornell Chronicle is accurate, this is probably the premiere of the piece in 2010. Although maybe it was performed before then, I'm not sure. And it shared a program with Stephen Stuckey, Astor Piazzolla, and Henry Cowell, some piano pieces. So I guess this, even though Lavista is a Mexican composer, he's a Mexican American, and this piece's history is firmly cemented in sort of an American New York new music scene. So that is sort of our time and place for this, and I'll have a listen here and let you know my thoughts. Again, like every other listening, I'm going into this pretty much blind. I don't know what this one's going to sound like, and I'm excited to give it my full attention. And hopefully my anecdotal opinions can help guide your listening to it as well. Again, this is the recording. Great. So I really hope you listened along, because this is a very sensitive, interesting work, and I think it was very appropriate for the occasion. And yeah, it's very unlike the other two string quartets we've looked at of his. And yeah, it kind of reminded me of Bartók in his string quartets often. Well, I can't remember which quartet it is exactly, but he has this sort of slow music called night music, where it's very droney, and the ensemble is contributing to a sort of texture that's very often very quiet, and it kind of reminded me of that, but it is 16 minutes long, so it just has a very different effect on you, and the harmonic language is very consonant, but it's like stacked fifths for most of the first 2 or 3 minutes, but with these little like chromatic inflections, so you'll hear like it sounds like it's very C oriented on the cello's open C, but then you'll get these like little flourishes with E flats and B flats in them, so you're not sure if it's like C major or C minor, and he kind of just sits in these harmonic areas for long periods of time, and kind of seamlessly transitions into different harmonic areas, like the piece ends on an A, which is really interesting. But but it's sort of just there's a constant stream of sustained notes, peppered with little pizzicato notes or melodic figures, and it was very hypnotizing. Like, I'm a little bit sleepy right now, and it made me want to sleep in a good way. Like, it was very, very dreamlike, and yeah, just had a very quiet dynamic too the entire time, and it never really lost it. It never really became stale or boring. There was always this little bit of activity going on somewhere, and yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this one for a while because definitely is different. A lot of natural harmonics, especially in the beginning. So if you are trying to figure out your way around stringed instruments and like what natural harmonics sound like, I think this is a good place to start. The harmonic trills too are in the very beginning of the piece, and they kind of come back towards the ending of it, and yeah, it was all. I thought it was all very tasteful. So yeah, that was Sinfonias. The title is still puzzling me. I don't really know what the significance of the title is, but it's a pretty inoffensive title for an inoffensive piece of music. If you have any idea why it's titled the way it is, I'd be interested to hear people's interpretations. And yeah, that's that one. So thanks for showing an interest in this, and this will be the last Mario Lavista quartet we listened to for a little while. We're going to move on to something very different.
Okay, so this morning we're going to be looking at Lachenmann. So I started early today because I know this is going to be a bit of a time commitment. Lachenmann's music, as we'll see, takes a bit of time to appreciate fully. This is his second string quartet that we'll be looking at. It was written in 1989. Its composition seems to be associated with a few institutions here. So the Autumn Festival of Paris, the Total Foundation for Music, and it was in celebration of the bicentennial of the French Revolution. I'm not familiar with everything here, so let's just have a quick Google search. So the Autumn Festival in Paris is a multidisciplinary festival founded in 1972, so it would have been over 10 years old when Lachenmann composed the piece. Okay, I'm having a little bit less success finding this foundation that funded it, but the occasion is very significant. This is the anniversary of the French Revolution. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I have to grab some coffee. And this subtitle here is translates to Dance of the Blessed Spirits. So a little bit about Lachenmann, because you may not be familiar with his music. He was really in his prime in the 60s through 80s. And he was one of Luigi Nono's, well, he was Luigi Nono's first student. And he's one of the most famous German composers. He was born in 1935, and he's still alive now. But basically, his whole thing was this term that he coined, musique concrète instrumentale, which is like instrumental or acoustic music, which takes advantage of all the possible sounds an instrument could make in the same way that you would make electronic music out of any sound. It's better described here, in which the sound events are chosen and organized so that the manner in which they are generated is at least as important as the resultant acoustic qualities themselves. So consequently, those qualities, timbre, volume, etc., do not produce sounds for their own sake, but describe or denote the concrete situation. So there's this idea of like prescriptive versus descriptive notation. Listening, you hear the conditions under which a sound or noise action is carried out. You hear the material energies involved and the resistance encountered. At the time, people described his music as brutal, and I don't see it that way necessarily. In my undergrad, on the recommendation of a professor, he was one of the first composers I really looked into and investigated, and I found a score of his work Pression for solo cello. And for somebody who was not well versed in classical music, I felt like it was more accessible, honestly, than a lot of other modernist music, because it's very obvious what he's trying to do and what he's about just looking at the score. And this was another piece written for the Arditi Quartet, so hopefully we can find a recording by them. Well, we'll see how it sounds. I think... Okay, I can't really make heads or tails of this because there's no program notes in the version I have. You know what, I'm just going to listen to it, and I will let you know what is going on here, or what I can hear. And if need be, I'll find some other resources online that sort of describe why there are multiple staves per instrument. Yeah, he hasn't completely split up the performer into tons of staves, but there's probably, as far as I can tell, a difference between what you're doing with your right hand, like, and what you're doing with your left hand. Like, I'm not sure if this top staff is like bow position. It might be bow position, or it might be the pressure of the left hand. We'll see what's going on here. Okay, so I really just jumped headfirst into this listening, and I was able to follow with the score pretty well. But I realize now that the program notes are down here. Let's look at the performance notes a little bit, just so that I'm not making a fool of myself. So the ensemble is scordatura, which I suspected partway through my listen. So the first violin, everything is down a semitone. Second violin, everything is down a whole tone. Viola is tuned normally, and the cello, everything is down a semitone. No. Oh, yeah, it is. So there's a B on the bottom, and I think it has to be tuned to a B flat later. So it creates
definitely a different feel than a normal string quartet. Like, you get a lot of dissonances just from the open strings, between the open strings of the different instruments. Okay, there's some bowing on the bridge and some bowing on the tailpiece, it looks like, and that is probably what's creating a lot of those white noise type sounds. And then there's this special type of overpressure or maybe under pressure that comes later in the piece. Yeah, honestly, if this was in English, I'd be going through it in a lot more detail, but my thoughts on the piece, I found it really easy to follow, actually. The way that Lachenmann has the score laid out, it's like every page has a specific moment in the piece that is trying to communicate, and it's very clear on the page where things are going or where they are. It's at a super slow tempo most of the time, so some of these pages get upwards of like 2 minutes long. Interestingly, he has these 4 staves at the bottom reserved for like a condensed version of the score, so oftentimes I found myself just following that. Usually he uses the bottom 3 staves for like the pitches you should expect to hear, and then he uses the top staff for like unpitched sounds. I didn't find the top staff very useful when I was listening, but towards the end of the piece, he just stops writing the bottom 4 staves and the top stave. I guess the music becomes simple enough that he doesn't bother. So I'm assuming these staves are for his own reference. As for what I thought of the piece, it's a lot of very quiet sounds, obviously, and there's a lot of interesting moments over the course of its 26-minute runtime. This is a performance by the Jack Quartet that I was listening to, which was released in 2014. And whatever sort of bowing was going on to get these muted sounds indicated in the top staff, they were very predominant in the first third of the piece. You had a lot of like sort of white noise type things coming from different members of the ensemble, so like pitched differently depending on the instrument, and sort of like pitched noise, like slowly changing its filter, cutoff kind of sounds, and this was periodically interrupted by like little more melodic fragment pitched things. I'll just scroll a little bit. Like the first one you hear is in the first violin here, this type of thing. These little like filigrees, sometimes with more than one member of the ensemble, kind of like emerge out of this high frequency noise. And then once that sort of evolves into this really fast playing and these harmonic glissandi, so there's these sections of like super contrapuntal, like just rapidly playing things, molto sol ponticello, of course. Once those moments started to come out of the texture, then the piece started making turns into other ideas. Like this idea started developing where you would get pitched sounds, but they would just be like 1 or 2 seconds of just like a little starting from niente, almost like a reversed sound, and those would kind of be peppered throughout the ensemble. That sort of evolved into like a pizzicato idea, and Yeah, I found a lot of the moments that had more pitch in them were like the strumming pizzicato parts, and yeah, you don't get a lot of clear pitches until very far into the piece, and at that point in the piece, he's really playing with silences a lot, and there's these very long dramatic silences which are very challenging for the listener. And then this overpressure idea, which I was talking about, it emerges just for one moment after like the pizzicato section, and it's only almost exclusively like descending, and it's just a very strange moment. I like that he saves special colors like that for the end of the piece. He's very ambitious with his use of silences and sort of his use of, you could say, the frequency range of the ensemble. Like for most of the piece, it's all above 100 hertz, really. And then when you get those first low open strings in the cello very far into the piece, it's like it's a real moment. So yeah, the sounds that the string quartet excel at making sort of shaped the piece, and I think that's kind of the point. We'll be listening to another one of his string quartets tomorrow. If you're able to get your hands on this manuscript, I would encourage it. And yeah, that's String Quartet number 2 by Lachenmann. Okay, so today is going to be another first thing in the morning listening session. I'm just going to take my time to get to know today's score and just kind of talk at you as I do it. And yesterday, I'm just going to edit a lot of footage down. The piece, as you can see, is Helmut Lachenmann's first string quartet. It's called Grand Torso. As far as I know, the translation of the title is the Great Torso. So the way that Lachenmann has the score laid out is there's a translation of the handwritten notes, or the written notes on every page. So you can see there's a lot of things that the performer has to be mindful of on every page. It's nice to have this because it's English translations of every German instruction. Yeah, then he gets into the notation and how to read the score. So I'm going to scroll down to the English. Okay, let me give you the rundown of all of this. So the 4 instruments are in scordatura. Violin 1 has its G, low G is lowered to an E natural. The A is lowered to a G, and the E is lowered to an E flat. The violin 2, the E is lowered to an E flat, and the open G is lowered to an F. That's the violin 2. The viola, the low C is lowered to a A flat. The D is lowered to a D flat, and everything else is the same. The cello, the low C is lowered to an A flat, and the D is lowered to a D flat. So the cello and the viola are just an octave apart. You'll notice that Lachenmann doesn't raise any of the strings of the instruments, and I think that's pretty smart because in standard tuning, string instruments are already under a lot of tension, so if you are going to do scordatura, I think this is the way to go, just lowering some of the strings. It looks like Lachenmann notates the fingered pitch, not the sounding pitch, for the most part. There's some exceptions, like if you play a natural harmonic, he'll show you the sounding pitch of that. I guess it depends on the context. So Lachenmann has a number of clefs that indicate bow position, like up and down the strings. And you can see these in the score. They're right here. So when you're looking at these, you have to imagine a stringed instrument. Here's the end of the fingerboard, and then the strings go over a gap to the bridge and then the tailpiece, and he can indicate you to bow anywhere along that area. And sometimes he asks for you to bow, like he zooms in on this area specifically past the bridge because he wants you to bow on those specific strings. And then sometimes the cellist puts their bow underneath the strings between the bridge and the tailpiece to do stuff, so he needs to have a special clef for that. Always the tailpiece is at the top of the clef, and the fingerboard is at the bottom of the clef. Okay, so this next section explains some of the symbols that are in his second string quartet, which we looked at, which I didn't quite understand. So there are half harmonics, where the finger pressure is somewhere in between regular playing and playing a harmonic. And there are also like stopping the strings to produce harmonics. And this muting sign and this stop muting sign are like literally to choke out all the sound of the strings, to mute them and unmute them. So, and that can actually be audible. So sometimes he notates that he wants that to be, this for example would be muted, let go of the strings so that they ring out, and then mute it again. Lachenmann also distinguishes between holding the bow at a 90-degree angle and bowing along the string, which is indicated by an arrow, and any other motion across, like up and down the string, which is oblique bowing. And as you can imagine, he has other motions that you can do around the string, like irregular motion, circular bowing, windshield wiper. I'm imagining myself holding a violin here. And then vertical motion, I guess, is like when it's in 90 degrees with the string. So all these symbols are important. Gradual motions, like gradual shifts between those motions, and increasing the motion to its limits. So there are two indications for bow pressure, which is other than normal bowing, which is flotando, which is very fast and light with little pressure, and pressed bowing, which creates overpressure. His notation is the little like square wave almost, and that had a really interesting part in the second string quartet, which we looked at. And but here he uses it in all kinds of different contexts. It doesn't just have one use. He has an entire section of techniques for other actions of the bow, like hitting the strings, densely shaking, bouncing off the strings. And then pizzicati are similar techniques, so he has them listed next. Bartók pits, fingernail pits, using a tension screw. So you can see at the back of the bow there's this little part that hangs off, and that is the tightening screw or tension screw, and I believe that's what Lachenmann is talking about here. That thing because you're holding the bow already, you can easily just like use it as an implement to hit strings, or you can insert it between strings, it looks like. You can you can hit it on the wood of the fingerboard or the tailpiece and create these clicking sounds. And yeah, that's it. So if you look at all of this notation in action, you can see that he has a similar layout to his second string quartet. He has always this stuff going along the strings with the right hand, and then anything that the left hand is doing on the string is indicated with the traditional clef and a traditional 5-line staff. Some other things about this piece, you might notice that he wrote it in 1971, but then revised it again in 1976 and again in 1988. So I think he revised this probably after he got the commission for a second string quartet, just because he felt like revising it. And that's something about Lachenmann that is makes a lot of sense. Like, his notation is so complicated, he doesn't get it right on the first try. He has to constantly try to work it out further and further to get the exact sound he wants, and the process of getting performers to do it is a whole other thing, right? Lachenmann was the type of guy who could demonstrate every single technique he came up with and the exact sound he wanted out of it. You can imagine he had to deal with a lot of performers who were ignorant of what he was doing and didn't want any part of it, so he had to find ways of communicating with difficult people as well. So I apologize for not getting into Lachenmann's past or his aesthetics again, but we did that yesterday. If you want to look at my video of the second string quartet, you can learn more about what he's about. But that quartet didn't have any performance notes in English, so it was a bit difficult to understand exactly what was going on. Hopefully today I can be a bit more specific about the sounds I'm hearing, where they're coming from, what the performers are doing, and kind of do justice to the piece. And yeah, I'm excited to get to know it. It's of a similar scope to his second string quartet. It's 24 minutes long. I'm going to be listening to the Jack Quartet performance because that's what I did yesterday. So they've recorded his complete string quartets. And again, this release was 2014. Okay, so this is still going to be difficult to talk about because I don't have the language for it, but I found this really to be better than his second string quartet. Like, I like the second string quartet, but this just felt way more ambitious, and just the diversity of sounds and the mixing of them was it just felt so much more urgent and active. And when I finished the second string quartet yesterday, I felt like, okay, I've heard all there is to hear. When I finished this one, I felt like this was just the tip of the iceberg, right? So it was more inspiring. Like, by the time it ended, I was like, you're gonna keep going, right? Like, it's just, I felt like it could just keep going forever. And I think that speaks to sort of the diversity of moments that the piece had and how seamlessly it went from one sound world to the next. The beginning and ending are really the most contrapuntal and dense with content, but there's a really long section in the middle, I think longer than 5 minutes actually, where there's a lot of bowing along muted strings up and down. It's just like a textural thing. And the viola has a really long solo, I think, where it's playing like either harmonics or half harmonics and bouncing the bow. And then that evolves into it bowing on the tailpiece, and it sort of merges with the cello bowing on the tailpiece. At that point, it felt like things got as quiet as they could possibly go, and it just stayed quiet for a long time. I really wasn't expecting certain sounds to be possible, and the amount of control is really amazing. Like, especially with techniques that I was already familiar with, like bounce bowing. There's like moments where the performers just keep bouncing the bow, like as they're bowing up and down, and it's like I didn't realize string players could do that. And similarly, the overpressure stuff, I'm used to thinking of overpressure as just sort of one sound, but you can have sort of, it's very obvious from this piece that you can create that distortion from moving the bow extremely slowly and hard, or slowly and light, or extremely fast and hard, and there's all those little variations, and you can even do rhythmic stuff with it, and you can push down on the string so hard that the like force of your pressure like stops the bow periodically and interrupts the sound. And I think this is, if you're going to listen to one of the two string quartets by him, I would listen to the first one. I think he spent a lot more time writing this one, and then he just reused a lot of the same material in his second string quartet, honestly. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get more detailed than that. You kind of just have to hear it to understand it. Maybe find a video of people playing it so you can see all of these things in action. I know that Lachenmann also has a third string quartet, but I don't have the score for that one, so this will be all of the Lachenmann that we get to in this series. Hopefully you got something out of it and it was inspiring. And tomorrow I think we're going to move on to other things. Okay, so today we're going to be looking at work by Béla. This is his first string quartet, as far as I can tell, from 1984. A little bit about Béla. He is a Swiss-born Austrian composer. He was born in 1954, I believe, and he moved to Vienna in about 1975, in his 20s. Most of his career has been in Austria. In Vienna, he founded Klangforum Wien, which is a very successful chamber orchestra that specializes in contemporary classical music. He conducted that ensemble for about 10 years, then got a professorship at the University of Graz in music composition, and has been teaching there ever since. I would describe his music as modernist music. It definitely comes from a tradition of 12-tone composing and serial music, but every piece of his that I've seen, he does something very interesting with repetition. So that might be a theme of this one. If I have listened to this string quartet, I don't remember much about it. So I'm going into this very blind today. I guess his only program note is this quotation from André Breton, his novel Naja. I see beauty as I have seen you, as I have seen what pledged you to me at a certain hour for a certain time. Breton is a very famous surreal writer, and this quotation is from his novel Naja, I think you would pronounce it, which is from the 1920s. Surrealism was a huge influence on, of course, Arnold Schoenberg, who is the father of the 12-tone technique, and Boulez also worked a lot with surreal poetry. So you can already see the tradition that is informing Bayat's work here. There are special directions for each movement. In one of the movements, I think it's movement 2, there is a staff for pitch, but it's quarter tone deviation of the pitches that are in the upper stave. Then in movement 4, he has separate staves for each instrument, splitting up the left hand fingering and the bowing of the right hand. Movement 3, movement 5, it's a little bit unclear the relationship between movements here, but there's a point in the piece where each performer has to memorize a number of different modules and then execute them one after another. The last movement combines this sort of idea, like memorizing little pitch modules, with like bowing actions, which are separated. I'm forgetting the word. But there's a certain word for like splitting up the performer into multiple staves. But as you can imagine, Lachenmann was already doing this a lot, and but this is some more creative applications of that that technique of notation. And these are like the types of things that the performers have to memorize. And this is what the start of the first movement looks like, just so you can get a sense of the piece. So the first result that came when I looked up this piece on YouTube is this performance by the Maurice Quartet. So this is what I'll be listening to. It's 25 minutes long, which makes sense because it is a 6-movement work, and it is probably going to be quite slow, since there's only about 30 pages in this score. And yeah, let's jump into this one here. My general reaction to this piece is that it's very conductory. It's really preoccupied with how the ensemble plays together and how people conduct one another and who cues who. How can the ensemble play together or not play together? And I don't think that's a bad thing. But it definitely gives me the same sort of vibe that a lot of Boulez's pieces do, where there really is a big preoccupation with how the ensemble is controlled by the composer in like almost a conductor way. I mean, what I didn't expect just reading the performance notes was how much aleatory was involved in this piece. So it is really like a piece that plays with aleatoric moments that are sometimes strict, sometimes less strict, and then like composed moments which the performer has to follow. When reading a score like this, I'm always thinking like, well, why not just notate it out? Like, why are you making the performers work so much? But I think I have to sort of separate the. I have to sort of resist the urge to think about that and just appreciate that this is how the composer wanted the ensemble to interact with one another, and it's important to Bayat that the aleatoricism is the way it is. Personally, I would just notate it however makes the piece come together quickly, and I think a lot of sections of this you could have just notated it out, but that's just a personal opinion. As for how it sounded, the first two movements were almost like their own piece, and I really liked them. They were super slow. This sort of like microtonal staff, deviation staff kind of thing was a really neat idea. I've never seen that before in a piece, and he used it to create these little repetitive figures that sort of texture the rest of the movement. This is in movement 2. Then he does a similar thing, but more complicated with movements 4 through 6. And it wasn't as apparent from the performance notes, but he has a staff that is 4 lines, and each line represents a string, and he has the performer either read a 4-note chord which indicates where to stop all 4 strings, or he has the performers just memorize these 4-note chords, which are like left-hand positions basically, and that's a super interesting idea too. Yeah, the resultant sound was sort of like this kind of controlled chaos, like. And I think the movements have different levels of chaos. Movement 5 is by far just the hardest to follow, and everybody's sort of just improvising. Aside from the first 2 movements, I think the last movement 6, was my favorite. It just had the most contrast between ideas. The third movement was very puzzling. It was just very through composed. There was no aleatory in it, and it was like the shortest movement. This is the first piece we've looked at where I find the notation very challenging in different ways. Like, but I can find things to appreciate about it, and the musical language is very interesting. It's a super busy piece, and I think the quote from Andre Breton is very fitting. I'm not familiar with the novel, but there's definitely something very surreal and dream-like about this piece and the logic it follows. So I think he was very successful in conveying that, and yeah, it just reminded me a lot of Boulez. Okay, sweet. So tomorrow we're going to look at some Scelsi. And this is the only string quartet of his that I have the score for. But yeah, I love Scelsi string quartets. I think there's 6 of them, and I remember listening to all of them years and years ago, and really thinking they were cool. So yeah, that was it for Bayat Führer, and hopefully this discussion helped sort of clarify what's going on in this piece and what makes it interesting. Alright, so today we will be listening to Scelsi's 4th String Quartet, which was written in 1983. Giacinto Scelsi is an Italian composer. I believe he has 6 string quartets, And so far in our listening, he is by far the oldest composer we've listened to. He was born in 1905 and he died in the late 80s. And his music was largely unrecognized until the last decade of his life. So he did get a bit of performances in the 80s. A little bit about him. He was a member of he was like from an aristocratic bloodline, you could say. He was a count in Italy, and so the guy never needed to work a day in his life, really, and he received a private education. He's most famous for the music that he wrote after World War II. So in his early life, he composed a lot of pieces that you could consider modernist, and he was always doing very interesting things with rhythm. I think a pretty representative work of his earlier period is he has a piece for saxophone called Three Pieces for Saxophone, and I would compare some of the stuff he was doing to Varese, because it was very intuitively written but informed by a modernist aesthetic. Then after the Second World War, he had issues with his mental health and wasn't productive for a number of years. And then his second style, you could say, he kind of removed all Western harmony and pitch from his works, and he would write pieces of music or movements of music that were entirely based around a single pitch class. The most famous work of this period is his Four Pieces on a Solo Note, or Four Pieces on a Single Note. This was an orchestra piece written in 1959. But he continued to write in this style for decades, as evidenced by this string quartet, which he wrote in the 80s. And I can show you what I mean here. If we look at the first stanza, you can see here in the first stanza we just have a C natural and a C flat. So he's going to be, you can expect him to play with this area between C flat and C sharp for the majority of, or for a large portion of the piece. I don't remember exactly how it goes. Okay, I am mistaken. This piece was not written in the 1980s. It was written in 1964. So I'm not sure where the confusion came from, but yeah, this piece is much older than everything else we've been looking at. I'm going to listen to this recording from the Arditi Quartet. And something else you should know about Scelsi is his later work was very influential to French spectral composers in the late 70s, early 80s. So his work was still inspiring modernist composers, but people who were trying to break away from serial techniques, and composers who were trying to come up with post-serial techniques and trying to expand the sort of language of modernist music. Sweet. All right. So, couple thoughts on this one. It I wasn't expecting it to be a one big long ascending thing, but it really does slowly climb like an octave, just really slowly. I think it's a cool idea for a piece, like just to keep ramping up the tension for 10 minutes. It's very exhilarating, and this thing moves at a clip. Like it is tough to follow because it's moving so fast. And I think when you explain what Scelsi does with a single note, you get the impression that his music is going to be drone-like or slow, and that's not what his music is like at all. And I think this is a great example of how like vibrant and fast and intricate his music can be. Lots of interesting techniques in here. A lot of things that we saw in Lachenmann's string quartets, but to a lesser degree, because we do have pretty focused pitch center throughout the entire piece. One moment that I really liked was there was a climax where we were kind of sitting on an F, and the cello rang out a low B flat and then a sustained like D, and we were sort of like in B flat major territory for a little while, and it was just a very strange like quasi improvised kind of moment. Another thing I really appreciate about it is how high the cello goes. That's one thing that a lot of composers don't exploit enough in string quartets, is the cello's register can go way up there. And if you like high cello, this is like really cool high cello writing the whole time. The whole ensemble sits very close together in register, and I've realized partway through that there is like scordatura on this ensemble, and I think Scelsi just notates it as at sounding pitch because he has so few pitches in the piece. It's not really worth writing the fingered pitch and the sounding pitch. So one thing I noticed though was violin 2 has a low F, an open F string, and that came into play at a certain moment, and that was really cool. So maybe it's worth just looking at this briefly. So if you remember when we looked at Lachenmann, he always tuned his strings down, but Scelsi here in the first violin, for example, both the D string and the A string are tuned up, and the D string is up a fourth, so that's very scary. That's like the string's about to snap tense. And then similarly, violin 2, the A string is up a fourth. Viola, the low C string is up a third. Like this is you can kind of hear it in the recording, like everything sounds very, very tense, and I think the scordatura adds a lot. Like all the strings on every instrument sound like either a little bit flat, a little bit looser than usual, or much tighter than usual. Hopefully this helps you get a sense of this piece, and if this was your introduction to Scelsi's music, I hope it inspires you to look at his other quartets, because they're all sort of his one-note pieces, but they're all totally different. Like, I remember the sixth one being very different from all the other ones in terms of the phrasing, and I think that there's definitely other quartets that are a lot less tense than this. There's ones that are multi-movement pieces, not a single movement like this one. So it is really a whole world to explore, and unfortunately we're just looking at one of them in this series, but it's pretty easy to find recordings online, and every music school I've been at has had at least some of his scores. So they're pretty easy to find, I think. So anyways, that was string quartet number 4. Super original work, especially for 1964. This is like around the same time that Lachenmann really started forming his style. And Scelsi had already been doing this for years. So very original composer, interesting place in history, and I'm sorry if I was a little bit all over the place today. I think I got the date wrong because of this edition here. But yeah, that's the one for today. So today we're going to be looking at Alfred Schnittke's third string quartet. And this piece was written in the 1980s, I believe. This date here is actually Schnittke's birth year. Yeah, a little bit about Alfred Schnittke as a composer. So he was a Russian composer whose life sort of spanned 1935 or 1934 to like 90 something. He died very soon after or around the time that the Berlin Wall fell. So nearly all of his life was in the Soviet Union, but he was a young adult when Stalin died. So he was composing a lot of music, and the peak of his career really was during a time in the Soviet Union called Khrushchev's thaw. This was a period where a lot of censorship laws were being repealed, and artists were able to engage with a lot more different styles of music. That being said, he made most of his money off of film music. He taught at the Moscow Conservatory for a while, but then wrote a lot of music for films, which under the Soviet Union was sort of almost a government job. And on top of all of those film scores, he composed concert pieces, which towards the end of his life became very popular in the West. One thing that you have to talk about with Schnittke's music is his concept of polystylism. And the first piece of his to use this self-coined aesthetic was his First Symphony, which was written in 1972. Basically, Schnittke's idea with polystylism was to juxtapose and combine every style of music he had access to. So not just the more conservative, like Shostakovich, like classical music, which he grew up with, but also the film music he composed, and also the serial music he had learned from Luigi Nono, and the aleatoric music, basically anything that was going on in contemporary music that he could get his hands on. He tried to infuse that into his style. And the first page of this string quartet actually quotes a number of works from across music history, and he has them labeled here. I'll zoom in. It starts with some Orlando di Lasso, so Renaissance music. then a quotation from one of Beethoven's late string quartets, and then the Shostakovich DSCH motive, but sort of turned into a chord. And as you can imagine, these three ideas play a very significant role in the third quartet. I can't remember exactly how it goes, but all of his quartets I really liked when I was a undergraduate student, and I got to know all four of them very well at that time. I would listen to it all the time. And the first quartet is very different from the other three because it was written before his polystylistic writing. The first string quartet is just a straight 12-tone piece. So yeah, I'm excited to revisit these, and I'll let you know what I think on this listen. I only have the scores for the third and second string quartet, so those are the ones we'll be talking about. Okay, yeah, so I think this piece is a great example of polystylism in Schnittke's music, and he doesn't always have strict quotation in his pieces, but this is a good example of one that does literally quote pieces and then take those quotations and transform them into something more narrative. I listened to this Kronos Quartet recording, and I could have mentioned the exact year of composition. It was written in 1983. I think soon after he wrote this, Schnittke suffered his first stroke, and if my memory recalls, he was in a coma, then back composing for a few years, and then another stroke was what ended up killing him. So a very short but productive life. I didn't realize that there's a theme that's introduced at the beginning of the second movement, which becomes more important later in the piece too. Yeah, the form of it was really interesting. It felt like the second and third movements were trying to be a rondo or some sort of binary form, but there were these sections where the quote would come back, particularly the Beethoven quote, and it would sort of just derail the whole musical happening that was going on. So I found that the Orlando Di Lasso quote was used very sparingly, just as a little cadence to sort of... there aren't any proper releases of tension in this, which I think is what part of why it works so well. But those little cadences, Renaissance cadences, are just like a moment of repose that just have a very weird non-cadential function, even though they are cadences. And the Beethoven quote is from his Grosse Fuge, and in its original context, it's this moment of tension that always ends in this major release, and you never get that release in this. And I think that's one of the things I really liked about it, is he never went full cheese, and just reminding you of that piece by Beethoven is enough to play with your expectations. And the string writing is super fun. You got quadruple stops, lots of double stops, pizzicato stuff mixed with other textures, and tremolo stuff. Lots of very idiomatic string writing that you can sink your teeth into, and that sort of portrays the ensemble as like almost hyper string like. All these idioms of string music are kind of like overutilized, and it's all very over the top. And I think that's what I liked about Schnittke's music when I was younger. That was sort of the appeal, was how like sort of angsty and over the top and dramatic everything was. So yeah, if that's your thing, I encourage you to have a listen if you didn't listen at the appropriate time here. And tomorrow we'll look at his second string quartet, which I listened to a lot more than his other ones. I think that I found that one much more accessible. This one's pretty good too, but it's a little bit more mature, let's say, and through composed. So it takes a few more listens to get used to the third one, I think. But it's remarkable what he's able to do in 19 minutes. I never felt like there was a moment of release. It was just tension the whole time. And at the same time, there was this narrative to follow, which was very cinematic and fun. So I think there's a reason why these things get performed. And yeah, that's our introduction to Alfred Schnittke's music for this series, at least. Alright, so today I'm going to be looking at the second string quartet by Alfred Schnittke, Russian composer. I have a bit of a sore throat today, so I'll try to keep it short and sweet. This piece was written in... this piece was written in 1980. 3 years before his third string quartet, and it's dedicated to filmmaker Larissa Shepitko, who died in 1979. She worked with Schnittke on a film called The Ascent in 1977, and it appears that Larissa died quite young, at the age of 41, in a car accident. So I don't know if her death is going to be a narrative element of the piece, or if this piece is going to be somehow related to Schnittke's soundtrack he made with her. But yeah, I never noticed that dedication before, so something to consider. The second string quartet is about 25 minutes long, and it's in 4 contrasting movements. The first movement is like a little introduction. It's about 3 minutes long, and from what I could remember, the second movement is like a rondo with a really aggressive ritornello theme, and then I think movements 3 and 4 are both quiet and slow. Well, not necessarily quiet, but they're both slow movements. And yeah, this is one of my favorite string quartets, so I might be a little bit biased in my my thoughts on it. But I also haven't listened to it in, I want to say, like 2 or 3 years. Oh, also, I'm going to be listening to the recording by the Kronos Quartet. They've recorded the complete string quartets, and this is a release from 1998, which is it might have been like the same year that Schnittke died, or very close to when he died. Yeah, let's jump into it. All right, yeah. So this is still a pretty great piece. It's really hard not to like. The start of the second movement just kind of hits you full force, and with those arpeggiando figures, like that ritornello theme is like one of the most violent things I think I've ever heard a string quartet do, and it is, you know, it's a really fast second movement and lots of different ideas. It's an interesting overall form because while the third and fourth movements are very different, they both have this like plodding processional kind of thing with this lilting melody that doesn't quite have a meter. It just has this sort of pulse. And as for Schnittke's idea of polystylism, you can definitely hear the influence of film music in this, and the sort of cinematic contrast of like one, you could say, shot to the next. And then there is this three chord idea that is a literal like dun dun dun. It's much slower, but it comes back three times, and so there's like little sonic cues that might sound a little bit cliche, like a film cue, but it's really hard to pin down what is exactly like what the other influences are exactly. What is exactly classical about this? What is modernist about this? Like it's definitely dissonant for long periods of time, but like it's sometimes very saturated with the chromatic scale and clustery, but that's hardly a style. So I think this is a good example of what Schnittke's music sounds like and how sort of complicated the term polystylism can get, because this is clearly a very like personal piece that he put together here. If you're interested, the film that Schnittke worked on with Larissa is fully uploaded to YouTube on the Mosfilm YouTube channel. I'm probably gonna watch it today, and if I hear anything that is a direct parallel to this quartet, I might record a little update. But yeah, this quartet is metal as hell. I think it's one of the heaviest things, and it's one of the funnest pieces. I'd love to hear it live, and I do not know why only a handful of quartets have performed it. I think it's way more accessible than a Mozart or Beethoven quartet, and I think more people need to know about it. Anyone who watches film or consumes media will be entertained by this. It's just, it's just a good listen. So, in terms of like style, I would compare this a lot to Schnittke's Concerto Grosso number 1, which people often use as his sort of quintessential piece. The Concerto Grosso does have maybe more nods to specific popular genres, but I think this works just as well to showcase his writing, and he does a lot of like dissonant counterpoint where all the rules are broken, often where voices are imitating at a unison or octave, and in close imitation. And in his large ensemble works, it creates these huge textures, but he does the same thing in this with just 4 voices, and it's just as interesting. So, yeah, that's his second string quartet. If you're interested in his quartets, this album has all of them. There's even a few smaller pieces that I'd never heard of before. So, yeah, that's it for our first Russian composer. Mario Lavista String Quartet number 1 will be the piece that I'm listening to today. And this piece is under the subtitle Diachronia. The score I have here is a handwritten score. It appears that even the title page is handwritten. And it's on pretty unassuming staff paper with huge staves, like 10 staves per page. And there's some rehearsal notes in here. I'm not sure where this scan came from because it was given to me by somebody. And it looks like each line of music is about 16 seconds. So it's an 8-minute piece with a 15-page score. So the layout is interesting. It looks very different from the other later quartets of Lavistas that we've looked at. This is the first time I've seen any sort of aleatoric writing in his music. And the first time I've seen any sort of harmonies that are this sort of atonal. So I'm really curious to see what this thing sounds like, and it's going to be an interesting read. I'm going to be listening to the Quartetto Latino Americano complete string quartets here. And as for the subtitle on this one, Diachronia, I think, means sort of like change over time. So pretty unassuming, but still intellectual sounding title. Let me grab the date for this one real quick. And maybe I can find the occasion that it was composed for too. Okay, so this piece is from 1969. So around this time, Lavista was attending Darmstadt and had probably studied with avant-garde composers of the time already. So this might sound very different from his later works, which I found to be very modal and sort of like Bartók, Stravinsky kind of sounding. This could sound like anything. So I will report back. Yeah. Okay, so I thought this was a very haunting and unique little set piece that could showcase a quartet really well. As I suspected, it's an atonal work, but it has this like 6-note motive that permeates it that is pretty catchy. I think most people would be able to sing it after listening to the piece. And it tended to slow down. Like the density of ideas got less and less as the piece progressed, and he started to introduce more and more like long drone-like notes. So in terms of how things are laid out in time, he also has this notation thing where the rhythms aren't exact. The ensemble is just trying to like coordinate themselves within each 8-second span of the piece. So it feels very loose and methodical and slow. And it's a very pretty score to look at. I like his symbols for sol pont and sol tasto here, for example. And there was lots of neat ways that he coordinated the ensemble with his notation. If he wanted one or two people to play together, or the whole ensemble to play together, or maybe the end of somebody's idea to line up with the beginning of somebody else's. He was very meticulous about that, and there was no shortage of sort of novel little textures or gestures that emerged from it. So as far as atonal pieces go, I think it's pretty accessible and could pair well with a lot of other pieces. And I think for the time, it was probably very cutting edge and contemporary, because we're talking about 1969 here. So even this type of notation is, very avant-garde. I'm thinking like Penderecki and everything that was going on in the 70s around this time. And Stockhausen, the stuff he was doing was certainly an influence here, I think. So yeah, that's Diachronia, or Diachronia, I'm not quite sure, for string quartet. And yeah, it's a nice little 8-minute piece. Yeah, fascinating to know that Lavista was doing this sort of thing before he pivoted into his later style, and I'm glad that his string quartets span such a large portion of his career, so that we can kind of see that that shift here. All right, so this morning I'm going to be looking at some Earle Brown. We're going back in time pretty far to 1965 with Earle Brown's piece String Quartet, which to my knowledge is the only string quartet he ever wrote. We've talked a little bit about aleatory in this series, and certainly there was an aleatoric element to the last piece we looked at, but Earle Brown is really sort of the big one, the guy who took this stuff very seriously and made it his whole thing. And a big inspiration for him was the mobile sculptures of Calder. This is the most famous one. It's from 1959. So he was interested in a very contemporaneous visual art, or fine art, you could say. And that's because Brown was a member of the New York School. Frank O'Hara, who was the curator for the MoMA at the time, was the center of this group of loosely collated artists in New York. Of interest to us are 4 composers. We're talking about John Cage, Morton Feldman, Earle Brown, and Christian Wolff. And they all did something different, but they were all influenced by this group as, and for that reason, this group of 4 composers shares the same name, we could say, with this larger coalition of abstract expressionists. And so the time is 1965, the place is New York, and in the program note, Earle Brown compares this to previous works that he's done and uses the term mobile to explain it. And these are his 25 pages, 1953, and his available forms of 1961. I'll just skip ahead to the first line of music. So you can see that the placement of notes in time is very loose, and the performers are working with huge spans of time, like between 20 and 45 seconds Brown encourages them to not focus too much on playing things exactly as they appear. It must be understood that the performance is not expected to be a precise translation of the spatial relationships, but a relative realization made more spontaneous through the involvement of the performer's subtly changing perceptions of the spatial relationships. The resulting flexibility and natural deviations from the precise indications in the score are acceptable and are in fact integral to the nature of the work. The result is the accurate expression of the actions of people in a situation where accuracy is not demanded but conditioned as a function within a human process. Even the change from section to section is left up to the performer, but it needs to be within 5 or 6 seconds of one another. So they need to understand what it sounds like when someone has changed sections, and this requires a little bit of rehearsal. The last section of the work is an open form section. So in this case, there are 8 to 10 events for each musician, and they can play any of their events at any time, in any order, and at any speed. So this open form thing is a invention of Earle Brown's, and lots of composers since have done this sort of thing. He does have a symbol for everyone to start a section together. It's an arrow, but this is an exception to the norm, which is much more loose. And of course, in his performance directions, he also has a list of like technique text, we could say, indicating, sol pont, tasto, etc. So while I am hesitant to show you more of this copyrighted score, the recording that I'll be listening to is a score video. So if you are really curious what everything looks like, you can follow along there. And I'll let you know my thoughts after this quick listen. That is, I think, enough to sink our teeth into this here. Okay, so my thoughts on this piece. For one thing, this handwritten score is just gorgeous. I think if you have the time, there's a lot to appreciate here, just in how everything is laid out, and his handwriting. It's just very pretty, especially this last page with the open forum stuff. I love how it's laid out, like all 4 parts are on the page, so that you're able to perform from the score, basically. And also his handwriting of just words is beautiful. Yeah, I felt like it sort of moves at a very slow pace, and that's sort of one of the consequences of breaking the piece up into these long sections, is that sort of becomes the new pacing. As a listener, I found myself waiting for the next big thing to happen. The harmonic language was very expressionistic, and I could kind of see how this is more abstract expressionism, like an attempt to get abstract expressionism articulated through music. And his little scribbles here, he mentions they're inspired by Jackson Pollock, which I think is really interesting. And I think there's a point in the performance notes where he talks about how this sort of scribbling was actually the first thing he did to generate his musical ideas. And you can kind of see that in the lines that he ends up notating, like where these pitches land. It's very much about the line and the mark you make on the page kind of thing. So definitely very fascinating stuff, and I felt like some of his notation was super effective, and I think it'd be really good to steal, like this idea of the ensemble moving at their own pace between sections and leaving it sort of up to chance who starts the next section. I think that's really cool, and it created this very seamless effect with very little direction, and it made the moments where everybody was playing together that much more intense. Also, his indications to play as fast as possible, as loud as possible. I think that's super simple but effective. I noticed there's a link to the Earle Brown website here. So it might be worth taking a second just to go through his life. They have this great chronology here. He was born in 1926 and served in World War II. And he died in 2002, I think. So this string quartet was commissioned by Südwestfunk Baden-Baden for Donaueschinger Musiktage. This was the same year that he received a Guggenheim Fellowship. So I think a very important point in his career. Oh, and he was also a lecturer at Darmstadt that year. So, and the following year he would be a lecturer at the Conservatory of Music in Cologne. Yeah, this is a huge point in his career where he was very productive and getting a lot of success and notoriety. So I learned a lot, I can say, just from looking at this score in detail for the first time. And this score is a thing of beauty. It's really unique, and you can tell he's put a lot of thought and craft into creating this thing all by hand. And yeah, that'll be it for Earle Brown, and we will keep going further back in time tomorrow. Okay, this morning we're listening to String Quartet number 2 by Benjamin Britten. I don't know if Britten needs an introduction because he's so successful and famous, but suffice to say, he was most successful in the opera world. His big break was an opera called Peter Grimes, and he's one of the most probably the most famous British composer of the 20th century. I went through a bit of a Britten phase in my 20s, and I listened to a lot of his instrumental works, his Metamorphoses after Ovid, his Sinfonia de Requiem, his War Requiem, his Fantasy Quartet, and his string quartets. He wrote 3 string quartets. The first one is an early work. The only thing I really remember about the first one is that it starts extremely high, with every musician playing at the extreme high register of their instrument. And I remember that the third one is from his later period where he was trying to write atonal almost, or serial pieces, and in my opinion that's like his least successful writing. But his string quartet number 2, the reason why I own it is it was my favorite one and the one I listened to the most. It was written for the Zorian string quartet in 1945, I want to say, so just barely a post-war work. and it was performed on the anniversary of Henry Purcell's, I can't remember if it was his death or his birth, but it was like a 250th anniversary of another famous British composer, you could say, or English composer. It has there's 3 movements, and the third movement is like 20 minutes long. The third movement is like a theme and variations that is very gigantic, and every performer has a solo in addition to a bunch of variations. The second movement is really fast and unique and memorable, and then the first movement is the one that my memory is the most foggy on. It's probably, just looking at the theme here, I kind of remember it having a lot of flat 6, in a C major. It's a pretty lopsided piece. The last movement is way too big and bloated, but I think that's part of its charm. And but part of me does think that it could be like the last movement could just be a piece on its own. I'm going to be looking at the Hawk's Pocket score. That's also what my PDF is. And there's no program notes or anything here, so I think I'm just going to have to jump into it, and I'll let you know my thoughts, things that stood out for me on this listen. So I'm pretty pleased with myself for revisiting this. This was really nostalgic for me and a fun listen. I think I have to start with talking about the third movement because it's just so good. I don't know what possessed Britten to add 3 cadenzas to a theme and variations with 21 variations, but I mean it really works. Sometimes more is more, and it kind of divided the movement up into sections. After the cello's cadenza, things get a little bit weird, but after the viola cadenza, when he introduces the theme from the first movement, it just gets trippy. I have no other word to describe it. It feels like you're being just rolled out into a pancake or something. It just gets so far from the original theme. It's so weird and strange. And then he sort of kind of shoehorns in the ending. But what I found most interesting on this listen was just how far he pushed that theme. It's a slow theme too, so it's a very sedating kind of effect. And it feels even longer because of the agogic, I don't even know how to describe it, the da-dum kind of rhythms. It's just every measure feels gigantic. So yeah, I think probably my favorite theme and variations ever. And the other movements are okay too. The first movement had a pretty clear sonata form, and I liked the themes, but it really had sort of long development syndrome. I felt the development had multiple sections with different sequences, and there was one point where one repetition of a sequence took 14 measures, a really long time to ask for the listener to pay attention. And I don't know if this is an incorrect analysis, but to my ears, by the time the development ended, we were already at the coda, so there wasn't really much of a recapitulation. I mean, you could probably do a thematic breakdown that argues something else, but harmonically, I felt like it didn't settle into the tonic until the coda. So that could have been why, when I was younger, I had a rough time like latching onto the first movement. It has a super strong like exposition. I think that's the part that most people will remember. The second movement too has this like, it never really gets back to the first theme. So I think that's sort of a trend in this piece of like once things start developing, you can't really go back, kind of thing. Yeah, I would say his thematic writing and his harmonic language is very similar to Prokofiev, but maybe a little bit more dissonant at points. That's pretty typical Britten. I think the only thing that really stood out compared to his other pieces was just like the last movement being the size that it is and scope that it is. Yeah, very, very trippy piece. So that was String Quartet number 2. If you like Britten, I think it's a must listen. If you don't really like Britten, I think it's better than the other 2 string quartets. So if you have to listen to one, listen to this one. And yeah, tomorrow we're going to be moving on to Bartók, and where we still got a ways to go because there are some string quartets that didn't get organized correctly in the spreadsheet. So we're going to go back in time a little bit and then forward in time, and then we should be ready to start something new around episode 28, 29. Today we're going to be listening to Bartók 5. I don't think we're listening to contemporary classical music anymore at this point. I consider this just a piece of classical music. But it's a great piece, and if you're going to write anything for string quartet, you need to listen to the Bartóks. He's got 6 of them. This one is from 1935, and it was commissioned by Sprague Coolidge, who is a commissioner of and advocate for chamber music in the United States. My history with these pieces: when I set out to write a string quartet as a student composer, my teacher told me I had to listen to these. So I did. I spent a whole summer listening to the 6 Bartók quartets, and I read essays about them in this volume called The 20th Century String Quartet. His first quartet sounds like late Beethoven. It doesn't really sound like a unique... it doesn't really sound like Bartók's mature style yet. But 2 and 3 already sound amazing, and I believe he wrote 2 and 3 around the same time. Then there's a bit of a gap in his career, and then he wrote 4 and 5, which are both 5-movement quartets and share a lot of other similarities. And then later in life he wrote the 6th quartet, which has a ritornello theme, and it's pretty unique in its form. In this series we're going to be looking at 4 and 5, because I have the scores to them. I could probably get the scores to the other ones easily, but I have the scores to these, and they're both bangers. I'm really excited to get to know them again, because I'm forgetting a lot. I think when I was younger, the 3rd one was my favorite, because it's in a single movement and it's 15 minutes long. And to this day, it's the only Bartók quartet I've seen live. But I think the most popular ones are 4 and 5. I think 4 and 5 have the most diversity of ideas and are really, really rich with innovations for the genre. There's no reason for me to really give Bartók's bio, but to give you a sense of the time and place, he's a Hungarian composer who was born in the 19th century when Hungary was a kingdom still. And he researched a lot of indigenous communities of the Kingdom of Hungary and their music, and did what at the time was called comparative musicology, which then became later known as ethnomusicology. And that indigenous music really influenced his style. So you can think of him as sort of like a nationalist figure who was very experimental, kind of like Debussy would be the closest comparison, and probably one of his bigger influences. It's only after the Second World War that modernists really latched onto these things, these string quartets, and now they have a reputation of being the standard for modernist string quartet writing. But Bartók wasn't a modernist, and I think that's an important distinction to make. He was a Hungarian nationalist, anti-fascist who had to flee the country and come to America and continue experimenting. So that's a little bit about him. And once I give this a listen, I'll let you know a little bit about the piece and why I think it's so cool. So this is definitely a must-hear. There were so many parts that are so nostalgic to me that I completely forgot about. Just like little things that happen in each movement that I remember I used to love. Like this little comedic melody near the end of the last movement. I totally forgot about this thing. I think compared to when I was a lot younger, on this listen I was hearing a lot of Bartók's part writing a lot clearer, and his counterpoint is so tight. I just felt like it was really tight and angular and stimulating. So that was one thing that really stood out. And also, I think when I was younger, I really latched onto the rhythm and the melody more than anything. And the harmonies were just kind of dissonant to me. Whereas this time around, I'm hearing a real variety of harmonies. Like there's sections where I can really hear the Magyar influence. They sound like out of this world. And then there's other sections that are pretty romantic sounding. Like a lot of the third movement sounded quasi-tonal or modal. And I think part of the fun of this piece is how quickly Bartók switches between these two cultural influences, you could say. It's not like he's trying to merge the two seamlessly. It's like he's in late romantic world, and then he's in this other world, and he's giving you whiplash all over the place. The first movement I think is my favorite, even though the fifth movement is so intense. The first movement just has that theme. It's just so infectious. The fourth movement and the third movement I think are my least favorite. There's definitely sections in them that I like, but they aren't as memorable to me. The second movement and the first movement, though, were really nostalgic for me. I remember so much about them. I guess when I was younger, like after the second movement, my attention started to wane a little bit, so I was hyper focused on those two. And that could be why I'm a little bit more nostalgic for them, or maybe remember them more vividly on this listen here. So hopefully my thoughts rang true to you or elicited some emotion from you. If this is your first time listening to this, hopefully it was very stimulating and out of this world. Tomorrow we'll look at the fourth one, and maybe we can do some compare and contrast. And yeah, that was Bartók String Quartet number 5. And yeah. Okay, so today we're going to be listening to Bartók 4. This is the score I will be using. Is the Philharmonia Pocket Score, number 166. And the format's a little bit different today because I don't have a PDF of this one, and I can't be bothered to go on IMSLP. I'm just going to be using this thing. And yesterday we looked at Bartók 5, which was a great listen. This is the string quartet that was written about 7 years earlier in Hungary before he moved to America. And this was the last quartet he wrote before moving to America. It's dedicated to the Pro Art Quartet, but I believe the premiere was by a different string quartet. And we do have some notes here in this pocket score. The work is in 5 movements, which correspond in character to classic sonata form. I'm not sure what they mean by that. Most classical string quartets are in 4 movements, but I'm sure the first movement's in sonata form. Let's see. The slow movement is the nucleus of the piece. The other movements are, as it were, bedded around it. The fourth movement is a free variation of the second one. First and fifth are of identical thematic material. So you heard it here. It is a arch form. In the fifth quartet, we saw that too, but it was fast, slow, fast, slow, fast. And a lot of the movements were also arch forms in and of themselves. This one, it seems like we have 2 fast movements, a slow movement, and 2 more fast movements. I remember this one being probably the catchiest one and the most iconic. It has some of the most iconic movements, I should say. Like, I believe it has a pizzicato one. And it has the really metal one that starts, let's see if I can find it. This one, right, with the quadruple stops and the offbeats in the cello. It's a very distinctive opening. And then the nucleus of it here is this slow movement, which starts with the cello solo. And it's like the quintessential example of night music in Bartók, in my opinion. I should say that we are now in the public domain. That's how old this piece is. It's 1928. So, yeah, this is classical music. It's really old, but maybe it'll still sound fresh. I'll let you know in about half an hour here. Okay, great. So I hope you took the time to listen in the interim here, or that you take the time to listen after this video. I think this is, compared to the fifth one, I think this is the better quartet. It's more original, and it's just, yeah, every movement is super memorable. 4 and 5 are really fun, back to back. And I think the fifth one, I like the first movement better and its main theme better. than the first movement of this one. But this one, all the other movements are great too. There's so much to be learned from this piece. I think that it's sort of. I think this is the one that changed the game, and this is the one that every composer needs to look at if they're going to look at one Bartók quartet. Like, if you take the third movement, for example, like this stacked chord of double stops at the beginning at a quiet dynamic, so cool. Non-vibrato versus vibrato versus sempre vibrato. I'd never thought about that before. The cello solo, how it goes from one register to the other, and each time it comes in a different register, each time it comes in at a different volume. Piano espressivo, mezzo forte, then forte. Like, just hearing the difference in sound, the like range of sounds that the cello can make at different dynamics, huge. The sul pont tremolo stuff and how metallic it can sound, switching between ordinaro and sul pont to like get the accents. That's crazy. Like, the detail is so good. The tranquillo section, having the inner voices muted while the outer voices are playing melodies unmuted. Having the violin solo at the end play on different strings. When I was younger, first listening to this, I didn't even know what these Roman numerals meant. I didn't understand that you can specify strings and it can change the timbre. And so I think from a pedagogical standpoint, it's like a super valuable quartet. So in summary, I would say that the fifth quartet is kind of like a sequel to this. It does have more to chew on in terms of like the form of each movement in the fifth one is more tightly composed. But I think this is the more original one. This is the OG. This is where Bartók had a string of very good ideas and kind of changed the game. So good that we hit this one. Tomorrow we're going to be looking at some Stravinsky, and that will probably be the oldest. Like, tomorrow's piece will be the oldest thing we look at in the string quartet genre. So thanks for tuning in and listening to this with me. If you didn't listen to it, please do. It's a super easy listen. It's only 22 minutes long. And I think if you paired it with the third one or the fifth one, it could be a really intense concert. Okay, so today I'm going to be listening to the three pieces for string quartet by Igor Stravinsky. This piece was written in 1914, shortly after Stravinsky wrote The Rite of Spring, but it wasn't published until 1922. And yeah, it's early work of the composers. Stravinsky was born in the 1880s. And it's only 6 minutes long. And I'll let you know my thoughts if I hear anything interesting. I haven't listened to this thing in probably 6 or 7 years. And from what I remember, it's sort of an anti-string quartet. It's for the medium of string quartet, but he tried to basically do everything you're not supposed to do in the genre of string quartet. A string quartet is supposed to be a monumentally sized work in like sonata with a sonata form first movement, etc. And it's supposed to be very intimate and serious and introspective. And I think this piece is trying to do the opposite. It's just three very short pieces. And if I notice anything else, I'll let you know. But I'll try to keep this one short today since the piece is only about 6 minutes long. Okay, yeah, so this was a good listen. And I always have had a soft spot for Stravinsky's music because I started my undergrad in Toronto in 2013, which was the anniversary of the Reich. So I got to hear The Rite of Spring live and A Soldier's Tale live and a couple of other Stravinsky related things. Yeah, I think this is a very good example of his early style and could have a lot of use if you want your students to be introduced to his music very quickly without having to make them listen to the whole Rite of Spring. I did like how this broke with conventions in multiple ways. Like, for example, the most substantial movement is actually the third one, which takes up half of the piece's length, whereas the first movement is almost nothing. It's like just this introduction, and it's like less than a minute long. So the form doesn't speak to the seriousness of the genre. And the first movement kind of segregates the ensemble so that each member is doing something completely different. And the roles are not equal. Like the violist has much less to do. So if you just look at the first movement, you already have this sort of like negation of what the string quartet's supposed to be. It's supposed to be this equal partnership where everybody can have the melody and everybody works together. And this first movement is not that at all. And then the second movement is really fragmented. It has a lot of different ideas juxtaposed, which again is not what you expect from a string quartet. A string quartet is supposed to have this classical sensibility where you could hear the relationship between every idea. And this does not have that at all. It's quite perplexing, and it's almost like a little collage piece. I think that this score is super valuable for a young composer. It has all kinds of string techniques that are meticulously notated and very clear. All of the bowing that is expected of the instrumentalist is like super clear, and you can see all different kinds of bowing just on the first page alone. Yeah, I think it's a nice little piece. I'm showing the score here completely because it's well within the public domain. This is a really old piece, and I think it's pretty remarkable that Stravinsky's style is so idiosyncratic and unique to him that almost nothing sounds like this. Like, if you were to try and imitate this, you would probably just sound like Stravinsky. And I think that's the mark of a good original composer. So that was this one. Tomorrow I'm not sure what we're doing, but we'll be jumping forward in time. I know there's a couple of pieces that we're missing. We might even be doing another Lavista piece, I'm not sure. But that's it for today. Listen to this piece 3 times since it's only 6 minutes long, and I'll see you with the next one. Today we're going to be looking at Mario Lavista's second string quartet. Its subtitle is Reflections in the Night, and it was written in 1984 when the composer was in his 40s. And we've listened to so far his 6th, 5th, 4th, and 1st quartets. Interestingly, this one inspired Joe Niles Sears to commission the 4th one, like, I want to say 20 years later. And I'm suspecting that there will be some similarities between this quartet and his 4th string quartet, just because they're both slow. Actually, I can pull up the other one here. They're both slow and quiet throughout. And the fourth one opens with these sustained harmonic trills on over top of this arpeggiando figure at the bass. So this one, on the other hand, it looks like, I'm not going to scroll and show it, but the entire thing is made of natural harmonics and a few artificial harmonics. So it's also quiet and slow, but with harmonics making up the majority of the piece. This one is published, whereas this score I have here is handwritten, and it's actually quite beautiful just from the first page. And he has this really nice style of writing harmonics where he attaches the stem to the top of the diamond or the point of the diamond, unless there's a double stop or something where that doesn't make any sense. And I kind of like that. It looks very nice. And yeah, I'm excited for this one because I really liked the fourth one. It's the fourth one was a single movement and about 16 minutes long. This one is also a single movement and about 10 minutes long. I haven't done a lot of research, but I think this one is a popular one. This was a really big piece for Lavista, and it was written for Quartetto Latino Americano, just like a number of his other string quartets that we've looked at. Please listen along. I've put a link in the description. We're going to be listening to the album put out by Quartetto Latino Americano of the complete string quartets of Mario Lavista. Great, so a couple comments about this piece. I think it's very committed to this idea of using natural harmonics to create a piece. There's almost no artificial harmonics in it, aside from this little like ricochet figure, which is more of a special effect. And because it's made out of natural harmonics, its pitch content is very limited, but it's also very consonant because of the tuning of the ensemble and the nature of the harmonic series and the first sort of like 7 partials, you could say. I liked this sextuplet figure as a way to open and end the piece. It was almost like a it was basically a harmonic trill, but it was so rhythmic and like pulsating that created this really interesting feeling of activity. And there are some gorgeous moments when little melodic figures emerge. And I can see why this one is so famous. There's not a lot of string quartets like this. It has a very evocative title that fits the piece well. And it's overall a very pleasant thing to listen to. I feel like having a nice long nap and getting ready to start tomorrow or whatever. If this isn't your type of thing and you like more atonal music, his first string quartet is atonal, and I think the shift from that piece to this one 10 years later is very vast and indicative of a lot of composers of his generation who were very well trained in avant-garde music and techniques. It's not an uncommon story for composers like Lavista, who were born just after the Second World War, to shift into more accessible tonal music. And this concept piece with natural harmonics is a really brilliant way to approach that, because it's still very conceptual, and you can, in a technical way, intellectualize it, but at the same time, like, the nature of the technique is very consonant, so, and tonal-ish sounding. Yeah, I'm very pleased with discovering Lavista's quartets. I don't have the score to the third one, but just going through the other five has been a really great experience. They're all very short and diverse, and I enjoyed something different about each of them, and they span a very large portion of his career, like the from 1969 to I want to say 2015 or something like that. So, yeah, I think I don't know much about Lavista, but I like his quartets and I would recommend them. And hopefully, you enjoyed listening to this one, the most famous quartet and most iconic of his. And yeah, that's that. Pretty cool piece. Alright, so today I'm going to be listening to a string quartet by Mexican American composer Victor Rangel. And the title of the string quartet is Morrisby's Gum. This piece was written in 2022, and I saw it live in 2023 at a conference hosted by the University of Chicago called Midwest Graduate Music Consortium. I shared a concert with Victor. So one of my pieces was programmed, and a piece by Wenbin Liu, a piece by Gilly Lee, a piece by Sambi Saif, and a piece by Victor Rangel. And all of our pieces were for slightly different instrumentation, drawing from the New Music Ensemble at the University of Chicago Faculty of Music. So that's the context for this piece. I believe I have got a hold of this score because I had access to a Google Drive where we could all view each other's scores, and the performers could access our scores and parts. Victor has so kindly put his bio in the front matter here. So, a little bit about him. He is, in addition to being a composer, he is a clarinetist who has worked with orchestras, bands, chamber orchestras, etc. Some of his teachers include Rob Smith, Stephen Montague, Carlos Carrillo, Stephen Andrew Taylor, Eli Fieldsteel, David Ashley White, Michael Remsen, and his list of clarinet teachers is similarly extensive. And his career academically has taken him to the University of Houston and the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. I'm not sure where he is studying currently, but you can check him out at his website. The piece's title is A Type of Tree from Tasmania, which grows in harsh, fiery conditions. So there's this concept of growing out of chaos and turmoil or fire. I have not listened to this piece since I saw it live. This is my first time looking at it with the score, and I'm excited to see how it looks on the page. And I find when I'm in a concert myself, I find it hard to pay attention to the other pieces, so this is an opportunity for me to give Victor my full attention and to try and appreciate this piece of his. So I'll see you in 7 minutes, and I'll let you know my thoughts. Alright, so I think this piece did a great job of portraying its program. It's a little bit unlike anything else we've listened to in the series so far. I guess the closest thing might have been the Britten that we listened to. But he carefully balances like sections which are either polytonal sounding or just kind of nebulous in their harmony. He balances that sort of stuff with more tonal writing and very like catchy thematic stuff. And what I liked about the more, I guess, the more fiery sections, you could say, like the opening, is that his part writing is really good, and he leans on that skill and really like focuses on contrapuntal stuff to not only convey his like idea, his program, but to sort of avoid having to deal with harmonic stuff or the tonal implications of the harmonies he's creating. He just goes into counterpoint mode and creates these very interesting passages which contrast very nicely with the more tonal sounding stuff. So yeah, I'm really impressed with this piece, and I'm surprised it didn't leave a bigger impression on me when I heard it live, but I guess it was just a very weird circumstance. I wish Victor all the best. Maybe I'll get to know more of his music at some point. But for now, I encourage you to listen to this quartet again. It's right here on his website. He's super good about making himself accessible. Yeah, this is a great little project and a high quality recording and performance. So congrats, Victor. And also I really like the artificial harmonic stuff here. It's really cool. Kind of reminds me of some of the Schnittke we looked at earlier, but a completely different context, obviously. And the ending's very good. I mean, it really leaves you wanting to hear more. And this cello solo is very, very pretty. So tomorrow we're going to be doing some string quartet and electronics. And I think I'm going to end the series with a piece for string quartet and accordion. So this is the last, as far as I understand, just straight string quartet that we'll be looking at. Okay, today I'm looking at and listening to a piece by João Pedro Oliveira called Labirinto for string quartet and fixed media. And this piece was written in 2001. Labirinto is Portuguese for labyrinth, but it also means part of the inner ear. And I'm familiar with João's music because of, I first encountered it at a workshop at Western Michigan University called Splice. He was a guest composer there, and I had one lesson with him, and I got to see a concert of his works for instrument and fixed media. This was not one of the works on that concert, but I must have gotten this score from that opportunity somehow. I'm not sure exactly how I got it. It was commissioned by Gulbenkian Foundation and is dedicated to Harry Halbreich. And This work starts with a violin solo and violin 2 pizzicato initiating it, and then the tape starts a little bit into here, and just based on the first page you can see that the tape part is sort of meticulously notated. João's teaching at UC Santa Barbara currently, and most of his career has been in the United States. And from what I remember, all of his pieces which had electronics were pieces with fixed media and a click track. So that's typically how he works with musicians. I don't know of any pieces of his that have live electronics. But even so, he does a very good job with his fixed media of making it seamlessly interact with the performer, and he does a very good job of imitating the effect of live electronics with fixed media. And at the time when I saw this concert of his stuff, I found that very inspirational, because I was a little bit insecure about using fixed media in my own work, and then I realized that you can do almost anything with it. It's just a different experience for the performer. This is one of his pieces which I'm not familiar with yet, so I'm really excited to get to know it. There are irregular meters in here. There are sections without a tempo and rhythm, where the duration's indicated in seconds. And then there are also 3 different fermatas that he uses. And I've never seen this arrangement before, but he uses square for long and triangle for short. He has quarter tone accidentals. These are the standard, extremely high note and highest possible note are distinguished. And he has feathered beams, and all accidentals affect only the note to which they're attached, except in the case of tremolos. That's good to know. He has this sort of indeterminate notation for repeated figures, and he uses Lachenmann's notation for overpressure distortion. He has a unique symbol for playing between the bridge and the tailpiece, and that's about it. So he's very good about describing his extended techniques here. He talks a little bit about the click track that he sends the performers, and he does not intend for the performers to have monitors. He just has the loudspeakers positioned on stage. Okay, well, I don't really have much more to say about this one because I'm not familiar with it, so I'm just gonna have a listen, and as always, I'll have a link to the recording in the description, and then we'll talk about it after. It's about 16 minutes long, so not the longest quartet we've looked at, but still pretty substantial. Okay, sweet. So this was a very intricate and complicated one, which I might need to hear a few more times before I can really get the sense of it. But here was the recording. Lacerda String Quartet. This is a album of Oliveira's works, which is named Labyrinth, probably after this piece. Yeah, I was really impressed with how fresh and active and busy the whole piece was. It really was one continuous through composed thing, and it never really sat somewhere longer than 20 seconds, right? There was a couple sections towards the end where it settled into something, but overall I think it was very much like dense and active with ideas. And I think this is a great example of electronics used to extend the ensemble and enhance the ensemble in sort of a modernist aesthetic, and It's yeah, it's also interesting the types of sounds from the ensemble and the types of gestures that become important and which complement the tape part the best, and vice versa. There was a lot of like high frequency stuff, a lot of, you could say, exponential delays and similar repeated note ideas and jeté things. And there was a lot of like synthesized string sounds, either plucked or bowed, which were used to sustain what the quartet was doing or to spread it outward into the extremes of register. Really high cello was exploited a lot. Some of the highest cello rating I think we've looked at. And this cello solo at the end is a great example of that. It would be really cool to hear live, especially some of the panning effects, to be able to hear that on a stage around things moving around the ensemble. I think that'd be really cool. Within the first minute of the piece, you pretty much get the vibe that it's going for, and it just keeps that energy going. So I think it's pretty remarkable just for being able to do that. So yeah, those are my thoughts for today's one. Tomorrow we're going to look at different trains, which is a completely other way of using electronics with string quartet. So hopefully the two of these pieces can give you some nice contrast and give you a sense of what's out there.
Okay, this morning I'm going to be listening to some Steve Reich, and specifically his piece Different Trains for string quartet and fixed media. This is a Grammy Award-winning piece from 1988, which was commissioned by the Kronos String Quartet, and you can find a recording here on YouTube of the Kronos Quartet playing it. This is also a score video. It's a 3-movement work that's about half an hour long, and I saw this work live in 2018. It was a performance by the Bozzini Quartet at a music camp, you could say. Domaine Forget is this academy, a summer institute for musicians, and I was doing a composing workshop there, and I got to see the Bozzini Quartet play this. I think around that time I got my hands on this PDF of the score. This is a pocket score by Boosey and Hawkes. Steve Reich is a minimalist composer who was born in 1936. He's received many Grammy Awards for his work with his ensemble, the Steve Reich Ensemble. This is a percussion ensemble which started in 1966 and almost entirely has performed in New York and shaped New York's contemporary music scene. The ensemble steadily grew from 4 players to 18 players over the course of, I want to say, 8 years. It grew from 4 players to 18. So this was a very successful and lucrative group, and Reich not only performed in the ensemble but directed it and composed all of their music. So this is a very different way of approaching contemporary music compared to the academic model where your composing is a type of research and you have to gather the resources and funding to pay other people to play it who may have no working relationship with you. This is something entirely different where the gig or the performance is the genesis of the work. So there's a couple interesting things about the way that Reich uses electronics in this piece. He asks the performers to pre-record other tracks that will serve as their backing track. So this is very different from the Oliveira we looked at yesterday, where all the sounds were electronically generated. Here the sounds could just be played by other performers, but instead are pre-recorded by the ensemble, sort of like if you were laying down tracks in a studio. And he also has text featured, so he takes spoken word clips that have significance to the piece and turns them into melodies, which the ensemble mimics or plays at the same time, rather, so that you make, as a listener, this connection between the melodies in the ensemble and the text. The concept for this work is Steve Reich often took trains from Chicago to New York, for example, in and around the time when World War II was going on, and he was a Jew in America at a time when Jews were being trained off to concentration camps in Europe. So he's making this parallel, and the recordings are all train related. Virginia governess reminiscing about train trips, a retired Pullman porter reminiscing about his life, recordings of Holocaust survivors, and American and European train sounds. So a big theme in this also is looking back and reminiscing. So this is not supposed to be a piece from the perspective of Steve Reich as a child. It's from the perspective of Steve Reich as an adult thinking back to his childhood and trying to deal with history in retrospect. And he says it is both a documentary and a musical reality, and it's a new musical direction for him. So it's something like documentary music, video theater. That's the direction he's taking his music in. And certainly there's something very theatrical about it. He has a huge performance note here about how the quartet is supposed to record the backing tracks and how to mix it and run it. A sound technician is required for a live performance, and he has details here about how to put it on a CD and play that CD from the stage. I think if people were to do this piece today, they wouldn't need a CD necessarily, but you have to imagine back in 1988, not everyone owned a laptop, so this was actually the more conventional way to do it. And here's a nice little diagram he has. Right, you have a sound tech at the back of the hall, and he's sending information to monitor speakers for the performers and also to the house speakers. And it looks like there's some microphones here so that he can mix in the live sound with the electronics. Yeah, I think that's about it. You can see that a lot of this score includes the transcripts of the recordings, so these are the words you're going to hear. Very short clips, which are taken out of context, and it's not
it gives the listener a lot of room to think and imagine, and I think that's part of what makes the piece so successful. And this is like a minimalistic approach to text, you could say. Yeah, it's commissioned by Betty Freeman for the Kronos Quartet. My mistake. So the quartet didn't commission it, someone else commissioned it for them. And this was a premiere where the production of a recording was very important, and that recording went on to win a Grammy. So definitely thinking about music production as a important part of the composer's process. I'm not going to show too much of the score because this is copyrighted, but you can see that the way that Steve Reich has it laid out, the top 4 staves are the quartet that's playing live, and then there's 3 other recordings of the same quartet also written out. So it's almost like a little string orchestra. What the audience is going to hear is up to 4 quartets playing at the same time, one of them live, and I believe whenever there's text, Reich just writes the text of the recording underneath whoever has the melody, because every time there is text in this piece, it's matched by a melody playing at the same rhythm by either a live musician or somebody or some pre-recorded musician. Okay, with that, I am going to have a listen here, and I'll let you know what I think. I remember a lot about this piece from hearing it live and having to listen to it for various music history classes. So I'm a little bit familiar, but it's been a few years, and I'm going to try and really give it my full attention this time, listening to it with a score. This was a really pleasant listen, and I think one of the biggest things that was different about this listen was I was really paying attention to the distinction between the 3 movements, and the 3 movements are very different, not just in the text, the type of text that they set, but the second one really is very dark, and there's a little bit of the paradiddle figure in the 3rd movement, but it's pretty much absent from the 3rd movement, and I think that's another significant compositional decision, to have a lot more like imitative melodic sort of textures in the 3rd movement. I also found that it when I first heard this piece, I knew there was more than 1 string quartet playing, but I had no idea it was 4. And I think it's sort of this constant parallel motion between the 4 ensembles. It creates this sense that a lot fewer people are playing than you're hearing, right? All of the voices kind of meld together, so it sounds very light for the number of voices performing. I just thought that was an interesting sort of effect of Reich's style. It sort of diminishes the amount of voices you hear, and but in the 3rd movement that wasn't as much of a issue. Like the 3rd movement sounded very dense compared to the other 2. I think this piece has a lot going on conceptually, and it does a really good job of connecting these disparate elements. For example, the literal text that's being recorded, and also the idea of recording text and storytelling, like relaying your memories through speech. And there is also this concept of a train, obviously, a train in motion and announcing its presence constantly with these horns, and so there's like this idea of signaling, of moving from one location to the next, of chugging along. And then there was this paradiddle idea, which I think does illustrate the train pretty well, but also has like a militant connotation. Like it's a percussion idiom. So I found myself imagining like a snare drum just constantly being hit. So I do think there is sort of like a military imagery there. Same thing with the idea of a siren. Like, yes, trains have sirens, but there's also a lot of military uses for sirens. So all of those elements sort of come together really well, I think. Even this idea of having a pre-recorded string quartet, or three of them, if, say, those parts were played by three more string quartets on stage, it would ruin the effect. Like, the piece's message would be less strong, because recording itself is one of the piece's concepts, right? So to have pre-recorded string quartet, it really emphasizes the fact that all of these things we're hearing, all of these texts are recorded in time, and they're not of this time. Same thing with the pre-recorded string quartet. It was pre-recorded. It was recorded before. It's not happening right now. It already happened. So I think that Reich put a lot of thought into that. And yes, a lot of these are compositional ideas that he's explored in other pieces, but I think here he really found a theatrical application for them that really works. Out of the three movements, I think the first one's my favorite, the way it goes from one text to another rapid fire. You can really hear in the first movement how the text is shaping the tempo, the meter, and the melody of the piece. And Reich does a good job of just laying out his process, his compositional process, right from the get-go. And the second and third movement are beautiful too, but I think the first movement is the one that people really remember and associate with the piece. As far as minimalist pieces go, I think this is one of the best ones. Reich is a smart guy, and he doesn't take any of his own ideas lightly. I think he really pushes his ideas to as far as they can go, and this is a great example of that. And tomorrow we're going to be looking at something completely different. This is going to be another piece by Javier Torres Maldonado for string quartet and accordion. And in terms of style, it's going to be sort of the polar opposite of this minimalist trend from the 1960s through 80s. All right, welcome to episode 29 of our string quartet listening series. It's almost been a month since we embarked on this journey, and this will be the last episode of string quartet. The piece for today is technically not a piece for string quartet. It's a piece for accordion and a string quartet. And it's by Javier Torres Maldonado. Earlier on in the series, we listened to the first movement of his second string quartet, and then a couple days after that, we listened to the entirety of his first string quartet, which was about 19 minutes long, and the first long episode. And this piece is a little bit different. It's in 6 movements, which range from 1 minute long to 5 minutes long, and the whole thing's only about 17 minutes. And it has an interesting way of splitting up the ensemble depending on the movement. And it also has some staging directions which add a bit of theatricality to the piece. So I haven't listened to this piece since 2018, and I heard it in the context of one of Javier's master classes at a workshop called Domaine Forget in Quebec. And I remember really liking it, and of all the pieces he shared, I think it was my favorite when I first heard it. So I am excited to revisit it, but I'm fully prepared for it to be a different experience because I have very different ears now. It's been just under 10 years. The staging, although we won't be able to see anything listening to these recordings here, the staging is as follows. We start with the string quartet arranged almost normally, but with the violist off to stage right. The accordion player enters from off stage, playing a solo, and it enters on stage left. Movement 2, the violist and the accordionist, which are opposite one another, play a duo, and as they do so, the violist moves to their proper location amongst the ensemble. Movement 3, everyone plays together. Movement 4, everyone plays together, but the accordionist moves behind the ensemble to the back and to stage right. Movement 5, just the cellist has a solo. It's about 2.5 minutes long. Movement 6, we have the full ensemble and the accordionist moves forward, staying on stage right. And that's it. So there's not a lot of other program notes here. I'm assuming that a lot of the extended techniques will be clear in the score itself. Here's what the first movement looks like, a couple lines of it. And you can see that it's pretty extreme atonal writing for this accordion solo with some extended techniques, extreme dynamics, and extremes of register. So, yeah, I don't know much else about this piece, so I think we should just get into it, and anything that comes up, I'll discuss it later. And if you are being introduced to this piece for the first time, the link to this section of the composer's website is in the description, and I hope you enjoy this performance. It's by the Terpsichords String Quartet, and it's the premiere recording from the Lausanne Festival de Musique Contemporaine from 2002. All right, so that was a great listen, and before I get into any sort of interpretation, I'm just going to translate the titles of the different movements. Okay, so these should be pretty straightforward. The whole piece keeps referring to this angel. So the first movement, which is, again, is just accordion, contemplation of the angel, and then fragment of the night of the angel. This is the duo. Insomnia without the angel, so you can't sleep. Then the night of the angel. These are both tutti movements, and then this is the interesting title, in my opinion, the Fantasia that the angel played. So this is like a song within a song or a story within a story kind of moment. And then this is the like flight of the angel like ascending away. So it sort of tells like this visitation of a supernatural being. And yeah, I kind of like that. There was lots of moments in this that seemed otherworldly, and it was difficult to grasp. Like the sounds between the ensemble and the soloist were so inventive, it was hard to grasp what was going on. And I like that the big solo moment is really for the cellist. It's not for the accordionist. The accordion player is more like integrated with the ensemble, or like an answer to the ensemble, or a shadow of it, kind of. And then you have this like standalone cello moment that is very quiet and all pizzicato and has a lot of open strings, and the open strings and the specific pitches of them seem very important throughout the piece, and they kind of culminate in that cello movement, and it's all very interesting and defies your expectations, kind of. And I think one of the more interesting things about it was how the accordion's an equal temperament, but it can still sustain. So its gestures can very closely match the string quartet, but it can't match the tuning at all. And when the string quartet is playing these quarter tone chords with equally tempered notes added by the accordion, I'm thinking of movement 4. It's really fantastic sounding, and I think there's a lot that could be explored there. Okay, so my thoughts on these 29 string quartets. This collection wasn't... obviously, I didn't carefully curate this thing. Let me pull it up, actually. So these were the scores that I just happened to have. And this was not a carefully curated kind of thing, but and I do think that some string quartets that have been very important to my development, like the George Friedrich Haas quartets, were not represented here. But all the same, I think we hit some of the big staples of the repertoire, like the Lachenmann and the Bartók, and we also got to hear a lot of novel pieces that don't get performed a lot. I'm thinking mostly of the 4 Mexican composers whose quartets we explored in detail. There was 5 quartets of Mario Lavista, 3 quartets of Germán Romero, that we looked at, 2 quartets by Ana Lara, and then 3 pieces with string quartet by Maldonado. About half of the list. So it's kind of interesting having half of the list these 4 Mexican composers who were all very interesting and good in their own way. And then the other half of the list was just sort of like classics and random things. The next series I want to do is a Pierrot ensemble, which is a new music ensemble. It's always been a new music ensemble. It was only invented 100 years ago, and its repertoire, in my mind, is very different than what I just listened to here over the past month. So, yeah, that was that.